Luo Yunshang's nose twitched, and she hurriedly told Ding Linger what had happened on the way, making her face turn cold. She pondered for a moment and said, "Young Master Yun must have encountered something else. Otherwise, there's only one passage among you. It's impossible to get lost. Don't worry, with his strength, he can overcome any difficulties." She was not sure herself, but when she saw Yunshang's self-blaming look, she could not help but comfort her. "If something happens to him," Yunshang said sadly, "I'll never be able to rest in peace." Ding Linger was angry when she heard that. She cursed in her heart. "What does it have to do with me that you can't feel at ease for the rest of your life? I can't feel at ease now after hearing what you said." She was so angry that she ignored Yunshang and found another place to sit cross-legged and continue her cultivation. However, his heart was filled with a trace of frustration, and he could no longer calm down. "Isn't this Ling-er?" A young man suddenly appeared beside Ding Ling-er. He opened a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. He smiled gracefully and said, "I didn't think that I would meet the woman I love in this distant southern region. TSK. After not seeing her for more than a year, Ling-er has become more and more beautiful. That Shui Luoyan is nothing compared to you." Ding Ling-er's face changed drastically. She didn't expect to meet this man. She shouted angrily, "Tang Yuan, get lost!" Tang Yuan sneered, but he was not angry. He seemed to be used to Ding Ling-er's attitude toward him. He smiled and said, "This place is filled with experts, and it's very dangerous. I'd better stay behind to protect my Ling-er." "Who needs your protection? If you don't leave, I'll kill you." Ding Ling-er seemed to be very angry, and her eyes were about to spit fire. "Humph." Tang Yuan seemed to be a little afraid of her strength and sneered, "I'll let you be bold for a while. After the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union this year, the entire Tianyuan Trading Company will be my plaything, including you. At that time, I will let you experience the benefits of being under my crotch. Ha ha. He laughed without restraint as if there was no one else around. Ding Ling-er's face was so red that it was bleeding, as if she had been greatly insulted. Finally, she shot out a golden light from her hand. A pair of delicate white silk gloves had already appeared on his hands. He turned his palms dozens of times in a row, and the shadows of his palms danced in the sky, covering Tang Yuan in an instant. "After not seeing you for a year, Ling-er's cultivation base has made great progress. TSK. I like it." Tang Yuan's face was full of greed. His body kept dancing in the palm shadows, and he actually dodged all of them. Although his footwork was not as magical as Yunxiao's shapeshifting, he was very optimistic about it. When he performed it, he looked like an elegant young master, elegant and smooth. Tang Yuan also liked to display this set of steps in front of women, so he practiced it to the point of being almost godlike. By understanding the essence of this set of steps, his strength had greatly increased. The two of them quickly began to fight. Fortunately, the sea of spiritual qi was very vast. Both of them were martial arts grandmasters, so it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Both of them were high-level officials in the Merchant Union, and their endless tricks were so dazzling that everyone stopped their cultivation to watch. These two people are so strong. They look like they're only around 20 years old, but they actually have such cultivation. I don't know which force they are from, but these martial skills are all powerful. I heard them talking just now. They seem to be one of the 7 major members of the Merchant Union. The Merchant Union is comparable to a super force. That man's strength is obviously slightly better, but his moves are too gaudy. The group of people were happy to watch the show and pointed at it, feeling very pleased. Yunshang wanted to help, but the difference in strength was too great, so she felt very depressed. In Tianshui, she was considered an expert, but now, in front of the talented disciples of many forces, she was at the bottom of the list. Tang Yuan, that scumbag, is a disgrace to the Merchant Union. Listening to the crowd's discussion, a well-dressed man's face turned ugly. His hands were slightly clenched, as if he was about to attack. On his long robe, there were many emblems of copper coins to show his identity. Many people walked away from him in fear, Qian Wudi, what does their fight have to do with you? You also want to join in the fun? They were flirting and loving each other and you were jealous? Hehe. A woman's teasing voice could be heard. It was Shui Luoyan. She stood beside the man in the brocade robe and looked at Ding Ling and Tang Yuan with an indescribable charm. The man called Qian Wudi's face was ice cold. I don't care if they're flirtatious, but they're doing all kinds of embarrassing things in the name of the merchant union. He calmly took a step forward and actually used spatial bending to cover a distance of 100 meters. A golden light condensed in his palm, and then he slapped it toward Tang Yuan and Ding Ling. The two of them immediately felt a great sense of danger. Alarmed, they both retreated to block the golden palm. Boom! Under Qian Wudi's palm, the two men were knocked back dozens of meters, and they stopped with ashen faces. Ding Ling forehead was full of sweat, and she was gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling heavily. Qian Wudi, what is the meaning of this? Tang Yuan's face turned pale as he angrily shouted. He was extremely annoyed that the other party had embarrassed him in public. Qian Wudi said coldly, "You're not only representing your own chamber of commerce, but also the merchant union. If you two try to smear the merchant union's reputation again, I'll have you executed right here." What a joke! Tang Yuan was furious and roared. The Money Chamber of Commerce is just one of the members of the Business Alliance Council. Just like us. Do you think you're the boss? Tang Yuan, you're really courting death by saying that. Shui Luoyan also smiled as she stepped forward and said in a profound manner, "Who doesn't know that Qian Wudi has always regarded himself as the boss among the younger generation? Not to mention you, even if he doesn't like Li Feiyu of the Myriad Treasure Store, he would still have to step in." Tang Yuan sneered and ridiculed. "If you have the ability, go find Li Feiyu. With his strength, he didn't even bother to come to Mount Meru. And you're here. This proves that the difference between their levels is huge, haha." Qian Wudi's aura turned cold and gradually rose. He walked towards Tang Yuan step by step, but the expression on his face became extremely indifferent. "You're asking for it, don't blame me." Tang Yuan was startled. He retreated several steps and shouted, "Qian Wudi, what do you want to do? Do you really dare to kill me? There are hundreds of witnesses here. If you kill me, my 4-level Chamber of Commerce and your Money Chamber of Commerce will be mortal enemies. Can you bear this responsibility? You're going to die and you're still so long-winded." Qian Wudi's body moved, and a path was opened on the sea's surface. A large amount of yuan qi evaporated, and smoke filled the air. However, everyone present was an expert, and they could see everything clearly with their divine senses. Qian Wudi didn't make any fancy moves, just a simple punch. However, it was not that simple in Tang Yuan's eyes. He was greatly shocked. This punch had sealed the sky and earth, directly suppressing him on the spot, making him unable to move. The fist power that whizzed over almost shattered his entire body. He really wants to kill me. Tang Yuan's heart was filled with great fear as he angrily cursed, "This lunatic." He made a gesture with his hands, and a golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. It gradually condensed in front of him and transformed into the shape of an armor. The golden light flickered continuously. Boom! The fist aura directly hit the armor, and under the naked eye, the armor slightly deflated. As the fist aura was blocked, the armor gently bounced back to its original state. However, the power of the punch was so strong that it still shook Tang Yuan's entire body 100 meters away. Sky blue armor. Shui Luoyan was shocked as her eyes flashed. Although the armor had blocked the fist, Tang Yuan's qi and blood were still in turmoil. A light flashed in his hand, and a light blue ice spear appeared. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qian Wudi, the sky blue battle armor and battle spear are both in my hands. Even if you want to kill me, I have the ability to heavily injure you. At that time, someone will take advantage of you and kill you in this Mount Meru." Qian Wudi looked at the spear and frowned. "Are you threatening me? Haha, a threat? Ha 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 ha." Tang Yuan laughed and said, "You know very well whether I'm threatening you or not. I don't believe that you can take the martial skill that is combined with this battle armor and battle spear. At that time, you'll be heavily injured, and there will be many people who want your life. Take Shui Luoyan, for example. Do you think she'd miss this opportunity? Don't forget, she has the condensed pill of martial intent on her. Who knows what other treasures she has? In the distance, Shui Luoyan's expression changed. She said angrily, "Well done, Tang Yuan. You're going to die, and you're pulling me up to talk about it." Qian Wudi hesitated for a moment before he turned around and returned to the front of the divine palace. He didn't attack anymore and only said indifferently, "If you do anything embarrassing again, I'll kill you even if I'm seriously injured." Tang Yuan's face was full of anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only glare at her with an ashen face. Shui Luoyan looked at Ding Linger in the distance, and a hint of playfulness flashed across her face. "You're really a vixen. There are men for you everywhere you go. There's Li Yunxiao outside, but even Qian Wudi is fascinated by you. You think everyone is like you?" Ding Linger's face turned cold. "You think everyone likes to cling to a man when they see one?" Shui Luoyan's expression changed slightly. A trace of coldness appeared on her face as she called out to Tang Yuan, "Keep an eye on your woman, and don't let that Li Yunxiao get away with her." A cold look flashed on Tang Yuan's face as he ferociously said, "That Li Yunxiao is really courting death for trying to snatch my woman. Bitch, after this year's competition, I'll let you have a good taste of my crotch." Ding Linger was so angry that her whole body trembled, and her face was so pale that she almost cried. How could a girl like her bear to be humiliated like this? Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders and helped her up. It was Luo Yunshan. "Don't be afraid. I believe Yunxiao will help you get back at him." After saying this, Yunshang felt a little uncomfortable, but she still stood firmly by her side. Ding Ling could no longer hold back her tears. As a girl, she had to bear the huge pressure of the decline of the Chamber of Commerce and was humiliated like this. No matter how strong she would still cry. Shui Luoyan seemed to think that the provocation was not enough as she laughed coldly. "Tang Yuan, you have to be careful. That Li Yunxiao seems to have some ability." Tang Yuan sneered disdainfully. "Yanwu is only relying on a few formations to show off. In this Mount Meru, humph, if he dares to stand in front of me, I'll beat him up." Swish! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Tang Yuan. It was so fast that no one could react. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resounded as Tang Yuan's body was sent flying. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They saw Tang Yuan being sent flying and falling into the spiritual qi far away. He stood up in shock and anger and roared, You are Bayan Luo Qingyun." When he saw the face of the person who hit him, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The finger that was pointing in the air looked extremely embarrassed. He didn't know whether to put it down or continue pointing. Shui Luoyan was also shocked and took a few steps back. She seemed to be extremely afraid of this person. Luo Qingyun's eyes flickered and he said coldly, "I don't care if you like to bully women. As for Li Yunxiao, I was once defeated by him, and you beat him to a pulp. Does that mean I don't even have enough shit to eat in front of you?" Tang Yuan covered his face in fear. He had heard a lot about the man in front of him. He was definitely one of the top figures among the younger generation on the heavenly martial continent. How could he be defeated by Yunxiao? Although he had heard of it, he did not believe it at all. Not only Tang Yuan, but many other martial artists' faces also changed drastically when they heard him say it. Luo Qingyun squinted his eyes and said, "If you say such stupid words again, I'll just kill you without saying hello." Tang Yuan's whole body trembled, and he didn't dare to speak. He was slapped in public, and his face turned red with embarrassment. His eyes were full of resentment. The entire front of the divine palace suddenly became quiet. After watching the show, everyone dispersed and continued to cultivate on their own. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Quickly look! There's a change in the palace." Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked towards the palace. They saw a ray of light shining in front of the palace and gradually spreading out, forming the shape of a door that was constantly dodging. "A door, that's a door! Ha ha! The door to the main hall is finally open. Everyone, don't be happy too early. Let's just watch first. This door is a little strange. Everyone looked nervously at the door's transformation. Suddenly, something that made everyone's eyes pop out happened. A foot stepped out from the door. Yes, it was a leg. That's right, it was a human's foot. Gradually, a man's figure walked out from the door and looked around in surprise. Why is there someone coming out of the palace? This Luo, who is this kid? Why does he look so familiar? Fuck. Don't tell me someone else beat us to it? Ah? Isn't Lao AI Li Yunxiao? With a hua sound, everyone was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was in disbelief and shock. Many people tried to rush up, but they were still blocked by the light on the divine palace, unable to advance at all. Ding Ling and Yunshang were dumbfounded. Why was Yunxiao in there? Wang Chong and Zhou Ziyuan were also shocked. Damn it! How did he get up there? Li Yunxiao, quickly open the seal of this palace and let us in. No one could remain calm. The legendary Shumi Divine Palace appeared in front of them, but they couldn't enter. It was fine if he couldn't enter, but others could enter while he couldn't. This was the most infuriating and maddening thing. Open the door quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to live once you get out of the secret realm. All sorts of pleas and threats rang out, and some people even started to attack madly, but it was to no avail. Yunxiao soon understood the situation in front of him, and this Meru Divine Palace was the place marked on the map. He immediately smiled and made a quiet gesture, saying, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me." This was very effective. As expected, everyone quieted down. However, their breathing was extremely heavy, and it was obvious that their hearts were not calm. Yunxiao's eyes fell on Ding Ling as he said with a smile, "I just heard that someone wanted to beat me until I eat shit, and he even said that his crotch was very tasty. I wonder which big brother hero it is. Please step forward." With a schwa sound, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Yuan. Then, they directly opened up an empty space, leaving him standing alone in the center. Tang Yuan's face was slightly pale, but thinking of his opponent's strength, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Thus, he proudly said, "It's me, Master Tang. What do you want? Ding Ling is my exclusive property. If you want to snatch her from me, you're courting death." Ding Ling was very anxious when she heard that. She did not know why Tang Yuan had said such words in front of Yunxiao, but it made her 100 times more ashamed and angry, and tears rolled down her face. Yunxiao's eyes were expressionless as he nodded slightly and said, "So it's this big brother hero. Everyone, I know how to open the gate of this divine palace. But if I open this door and this big brother comes in and beats me up, I don't dare to open it." Many people frowned and shouted, "Don't be afraid. As long as you open this door, we'll ensure your safety. No one will dare to touch you." Yunxiao smiled. "Of course, I believe you, but I still don't feel safe. But if there's anyone who can help me beat this big brother's crotch and feed him some shit, I think I'll be very happy to open the door for everyone." As soon as his voice fell, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Tang Yuan with a little bit of killing intent. Tang Yuan's face changed drastically. He became extremely vigilant and angrily shouted, "Who dares to touch me? I'm the young master of the Four Extremes sect. Aren't you afraid of the destruction of your sect if you kill me?" Everyone was immediately apprehensive. One of them shouted, "Li Yunxiao, the matter between you and this man is your own private matter. Don't even think about getting everyone to be your thugs. Hurry up and open the gate of the Celestial Palace for us to enter. This is everyone's main business." Yes, not bad. It's more important to open the door. The personal grudges between the two of you are none of our business. Yunxiao looked at the crowd, then turned and walked inside with a smile. "Okay, everyone wait outside until the time at Mount Meru is over. I'll go in and look for treasure myself. Bye everyone." He waved his hand and was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Everyone was anxious and shouted, Don't go. Can't we just break his pants? As long as you open the gate of the Celestial Palace, you can do anything you want." Tang Yuan was shocked. He had already sensed that dozens of divine senses had directly locked on him. His face instantly turned pale and he hurriedly fled to the back. What a joke. There were more than 100 martial artists here, and there were dozens of martial arts grandmasters. Almost all the elites who had entered this time were gathered here. If they did not run now, they would really die. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way, followed by 2, then 3. In a breath's time, he had been surrounded, and everyone was sneering. You? Who dares to touch me? I am the young master of the 4 Extremes sect. Aren't you afraid of death? Tang Yuan's whole body turned cold. A chill gushed up from the bottom of his feet. One of them said sarcastically, "We're just following orders. Besides, young Master Yun is a magnanimous man. We're not taking your life. We just want to let everyone see the taste of your crotch. Didn't you say how wonderful it was? Show it to us." Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. Tang Yuan's face was extremely pale. He only felt a cold sensation in his crotch. He hurriedly covered it with his hands. The sky blue battle suit instantly appeared around his body and wrapped him up. Then he turned into a ray of light and soared up to the sky, trying to escape. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Attack together. After one of them shouted, dozens of attacks chased after him. It hit Tang Yuan's body directly. These were all martial grandmasters. No matter how powerful the sky blue battle suit was, it couldn't stop the attack of dozens of people at the same time. The battle armor was instantly broken, and Tang Yuan directly fell from the sky. A few martial artists rushed over at full speed and started punching and kicking. They could faintly see someone raising a hammer and hammering it a few times. A few tragic sounds could be heard. Soon, Tang Yuan, half dead, was dragged by his legs and thrown out of the main hall. His crotch was no longer covered in blood, but was completely covered in mud and blood. His mouth was also filled with rice, emitting a disgusting smell. He really didn't know where these people got it from. Everyone felt a chill in their pants and their stomachs were churning. Aya, which big brother is so ruthless? His crotch is completely smashed and turned into minced meat. Aya, poor thing. Yunxiao's face was full of sympathy as he blamed the murderer in anger. Everyone fainted. Fuck. Didn't you ask for it? Fuck. They were all cursing in their hearts. Tang Yuan still had a trace of consciousness, but when he heard that his crotch was completely rotten, his mind suddenly went blank. He couldn't hold on any longer, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. All right, your request is complete. Hurry up and open the door. Everyone started to urge him. Yunxiao smiled. He could also see that the passage to the Divine Palace should be the jade platform he had walked on. Although he was in front of the Great Hall at the moment, he was still blocked by the restrictive spell behind him, so he could not move forward. He fumbled around for a moment, and after casting a few spells, the entire Divine Palace rumbled. The entire sea of spiritual energy seemed to be changing. The clouds in the sky rolled away, and the entire sea was dark and gloomy. A sound from ancient times was slowly approaching. A golden light suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the Divine Palace. The entire restriction disappeared in a flash. At this moment, a stone door slowly descended from the golden light. Light flashed on top of it, exuding an ancient charm. The pressure was so strong that it actually made everyone retreat, and it was difficult to take a step forward. Yunxiao also felt the waves of pressure, and he hurriedly retreated from the hall in shock. If he did not leave, he might be crushed to pieces. Boom! The stone door finally fell, but the top was still not visible. It was connected with the Divine Palace, exuding a solemn and ancient charm. It was as if it had been guarding this place for hundreds of millions of years. So this is the door. He's finally appeared. Everyone was overjoyed. They all rushed over, but the stone door was tightly closed. They had no idea how to enter. On the stone door, a huge formation pattern was distributed on it, and all kinds of strange symbols were spreading out, making it difficult to grasp. Who is familiar with formations? Come and study it. What's there to study? It's just a stone gate. just blast it open. A battle axe appeared in one of their hands, and they ruthlessly chopped at the door. Boom! The axe hit the door, but no one reacted. Suddenly, a blue ray of light shot out and directly hit that person's body. Before anyone could react, they only saw a person instantly turn into ice. Then, with a crack, he shattered into pieces of ice and disappeared in the air, not leaving behind a single piece of ice. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back in horror. Each and every one of them was extremely vigilant. Let's invite an array expert to take a look and see if there's anyone who's proficient in arrays. This time, no one dared to say anything about forcefully breaking it open. Luo Yunxiang and Ding Ling on the other hand, had all their attention on Yunxiao, so they did not pay attention to the situation at the door at all. Instead, they kept asking questions with concern. Yunxiao smiled and briefly told her about his experience, and then his eyes were attracted by the array. He didn't really recognize the symbols around the formation, but there was a true dragon pattern carved in the middle of the circle, and this true dragon felt very familiar to him. He was not the only one. Luo Qingyun, who had the bloodline of the ancient true dragon, was also shocked. It was as if he was being summoned by his bloodline. He turned pale with fright. Could the dragon-shaped pattern in the formation be a real ancient true dragon? This thought surprised him, and he quickly ruled it out. The ancient true dragon was born from heaven and earth, an existence of the 10 directions divine realm. How could it have been refined into a formation eye and engraved on the formation? If that was the case, then the master of this palace must be an unimaginable existence. Let me try. A crisp voice rang out, and a youth, Yan Jun, walked out from the crowd. He stared at the formation for a while and said, "I've never seen this formation before. I can only try to break it." "It's Su Feng. He's from the Su family. The array can be broken now." "Who is this Su Feng? You're actually that confident in him? TSK, you don't even know the Su clan of the north?" The Su family was a family of formations. The head of the family, Old Man Su, is the disciple of martial sovereign Teng Guang. What? The disciple of king-level martial sovereign Teng Guang? Whoa! This guy has a really big background. The group of people immediately made way for Su Feng to come forward. Yunxiao could not help but give him a few more glances and shake his head. If Teng Guang himself were here, he might be able to break this formation. However, if it was his disciples junior, then he should forget about this Tao Wu. Sure enough, after waiting for more than an hour, Su Feng still didn't move, as if he was confused. Can it be broken or not? Finally, someone couldn't help but shout, "Be quiet. Can't you see that young Master Su is trying to figure out a way? There should be a time limit to think of a way. I saw that he had been standing there for more than an hour and didn't even let out a fart. You're right. We can't just stand here for a month or two and be teleported out. What a bullshit family of array masters. They can't even use a single array. What a disgrace." The crowd's discussion reached Su Feng's ears, making his face turn green and white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and produced a few symbols in his hand, which he imprinted on the array. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he hurriedly pulled Yunxiang and Ding Ling back. The others were all leaning forward as much as possible so that they could see the movements clearly. They hoped that they could rush in the moment the formation was broken, so his action of pulling the two people back attracted the attention and suspicion of the crowd. At this moment, Su Feng's magic art was imprinted on the array diagram, and it seemed to have caused some kind of reaction. The array began to rotate rapidly, and circles of power scattered outward, as if there were signs of loosening. "Hey, is it open?" Everyone was nervous, and Su Feng's face also revealed an excited expression, as if it was going to be broken. Rumble, rumble. An ancient aura spread out from the formation, and a kind of ancient pressure aura slowly spread out as the formation was broken. The dragon-shaped symbol in the middle suddenly seemed to come to life, and a soul-shaking aura pushed outwards. Everyone's mind was taken aback, and they almost knelt down under that ancient aura. Not good. It's the chi of the ancient true dragon. Oh my god. It's a real ancient true dragon. Plop, plop, plop. A large number of cultivators directly knelt down under the pressure. These disciples were all elites from various sections. Many of them were not afraid in the face of danger. They immediately bit the tip of their tongues, causing their entire spirit to shake, and quickly retreated. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and his pupils began to shrink violently, as if he was about to turn into a demon. The ancient summoning made his blood boil, and his body gradually expanded as if he was about to transform. He was both surprised and happy. He was so surprised that he felt his consciousness gradually fading away, and some inexplicable memory fragments appeared in his mind. He was happy that the power of his bloodline was beginning to become purer under this dragon's might. It could actually purify the power of the bloodline. Luo Qingyun was overjoyed. His strength came from this ancient bloodline, but it was limited to the purity of the bloodline. Now it was gradually awakening under the purest dragon chi. No, this is not the purest dragon chi. Standing in the distance, Yun Xiao said with a solemn face, "How could an ancient true dragon be carved into the eye of a formation? It must be a direct descendant of the true dragon. The dragon chi is pure, but it can't be compared to real dragon chi." Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang looked at the warriors who were kneeling in front of them and felt a lingering fear. At this time, some of the top martial artists had also retreated. After hearing the words, they looked at Yun Xiao one by one, as if they had placed their hopes on him. "What should we do now?" Chen Wudi couldn't help asking. Yun Xiao gave him an indifferent look and said, "Who is Chen Duoduo to you?" Chen Wudi had a look of disdain on his face as he sneered. "He's just a cripple of my money chamber of commerce. Is he worth your attention?" Yun Xiao nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He held the hands of the two beautiful women and began to walk step by step toward the array. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on him, and they all became serious. In front of him was the place where the dragon chi exploded. If he was not careful, he would sink under that pressure. What did he have to resist the dragon chi? Yun Xiao walked very slowly, but every step he took was firm and steady, giving people a sense of steadiness. Finally, he walked step by step to the front of the array. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he passed through it and directly entered the hall. What was going on? How did he resist the dragon chi? At that moment, all the experts who were still conscious were dumbfounded as they watched Yun Xiao disappear at the door of the hall. They were completely speechless. "I don't believe that I can't do it just because he can." Shui Luoyan was the first to rush forward. A faint blue battle uniform appeared around her body. When she was about 10 steps away from the main hall, her entire body began to tremble. From afar, her face was extremely pale. Finally, she bit the tip of her tongue and quickly retreated. After retreating 1,000 meters away, he fell to the ground and gasped for breath. His face was full of shock and fear. 9 heavens frost. On the side, Yang Fangzhou's face was also livid. He used his strongest move. With the silver ribbon protecting his body, he rushed forward. Before he could even reach Shui Luoyan's position, his body began to tremble violently. Then, with a plop, he knelt down with the group of martial artists. He prostrated on the ground and trembled. He could no longer retreat. Under the dragon chi, all living things will submit. A man's expression was abnormally serious as he muttered to himself, "How did Li Yun Xiao do it? Not only did he go in by himself, he even brought 2 people with him. So it's brother Yixing. I didn't think that Mount Meru would attract you here." Yan Yi, who was in the crowd, asked in surprise. His eyes flashed. "Brother Yixing is here. You must have a way to break it, right?" Chao Yaxing's eyes flickered as he pondered. Under the dragon chi, all living beings submit. There was only one possibility that Yun Xiao could walk in safely. This was not true dragon chi. It should be the aura emitted by the direct descendant of a true dragon. If we want to break it, we'll either have to use an item that can restrain it or force our way in. Yenny laughed and said, "That'll be troublesome. If there was a treasure that could restrain him, he would have entered long ago. If we're talking about forcing our way through, who here can block the dragon chi?" Chao Yaxing's gaze fell on Luo Qingyun. who was standing in the distance. Luo Qingyun's eyes were slightly closed, and his body seemed to have entered a wonderful realm, undergoing slight changes. A sharp glint flashed in Chao Yaxing's eyes as he said coldly, "That person doesn't seem to be repulsed by the dragon qi at all. On the contrary, he seems to be enjoying it." Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Qingyun. It was said that he had the bloodline of the true dragon in his body. It seemed that the rumor was true after seeing it today. However, this person was very famous among the younger generation in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and no one dared to have any ideas about him. Zhou Ziyuan suddenly said to the two people beside him, "The two of you, if your purple shadow Qing Sua swords can truly merge into one, it should be enough to break through this dragon qi, right?" Those two people were really Zhan Fan and Lu Qingcheng, who had escaped from the passageway. The expressions of the people in the surroundings changed, and they all looked over. Yan Yi was also stunned. He said in surprise, "So the purple-green twin swords are here. If they can combine, that's a 9th-tier profound armament. It should be easy to break this kind of alternative dragon qi." Zhan Fan raised his brows and said calmly, "The fusion of the two swords requires the two of you to be one with your mind and breath. Only then can the two swords become one without any obstacles. This trash's cultivation level is a few levels lower than mine, and the cultivation technique he practices is also completely different. How can I combine with him?" Although Lu Qingcheng was very wary of Zhan Fan, he couldn't lose face in front of so many powerful cultivators. He snorted angrily, "Do you think I really want to be with you? Who do you think you are?" Zhan Fan glared at him coldly, his killing intent disappearing in a flash. He did not say a word. "If the two of you are willing, then this won't be difficult." Chao Yaxing frowned. "I have a body fusion technique that can be completed in a short time. If you two concentrate on your cultivation, you'll be able to achieve a simple state of mind and spirit as one in an hour. You just need to summon the purple shadow Qing Sua sword and break through the alternative dragon qi." Under the expectations of all the martial artists, the two of them had no choice but to do it. Chao Yaxing quickly passed on a technique to the two of them and started cultivating on the spot. The Shumi Divine Palace was the legendary place of treasures. It was right in front of them, but they couldn't get in. What was even more infuriating was that someone had actually gone in. All the warriors were gnashing their teeth in frustration as they quietly waited for the purple shadow Qing Sua sword to appear. As for Yunxiao, they had to cut him into 1,000 pieces and peel off his skin before they could vent their hatred. As soon as Yunxiao and the other two stepped into the hall, the dragon's might disappeared. "Young Master Yun, what kind of blood is this?" Ding Ling asked in surprise. "It can actually resist the dragon's might." She looked in surprise at the blood Yunxiao had smeared on their palms, which exuded the same ancient charm. "This is Luo Qingyun's blood," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's the bloodline of a true dragon, and I've purified it. I didn't think I'd be able to use it." Ding Ling was secretly shocked. She also knew about the battle on Chonghua Island. She did not expect that Luo Qingyun would not only be defeated, but also have her bloodline extracted. She was deeply shocked by Yunxiao's strength. The hall was empty, grand but with a hint of eeriness, making people feel cold. "What kind of treasure is there? It's a completely empty hall," Yunxiang could not help but say, feeling an indescribable uneasiness in her heart. Yunxiao looked around, and his eyes fell on a stone statue in front of the hall. This stone sculpture was actually carved with an ancient true dragon, but it was slightly different from the true dragons in legends. It should be some kind of subdragon which was the descendant of the true dragon. Perhaps it was the source of the dragon qi in the formation. The two beauties found the dragon's form repulsive, so they could not help but cower behind Yunxiao, only to feel a little warmth. The two of them looked at each other, and a hint of red flashed in their eyes. They were extremely shy. Looking at the dragon statue, Yunxiao's eyes gradually blurred as he muttered to himself, "What's going on? It was actually so similar? This dragon swan and I." A dragon's shadow flashed across his mind. It was almost exactly the same as the dragon in front of him. He was so shocked that his hands and feet turned cold. "Yunxiao, what's wrong? What's wrong? Luo Yunxiang asked hurriedly when she noticed that something was wrong with him. Yunxiao swallowed hard and clenched his fists, trying to warm his body. Let's leave this hall first. This place is very strange. The two girls were very confused, but they still followed obediently. They all knew Yunxiao's ability, and anything that could make him change his expression could not be simple. All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew across the hall and a large number of green light spots appeared in the air. All of a sudden, they gathered towards the dragon-shaped statue and its two dragon eyes suddenly opened. An ancient voice rang out, "Human, don't even think about going back. Stay here and accompany me." Luo Yunxiang and Ding Ling were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Yunxiao was even more shocked. For the first time since his rebirth, he lost his composure and cried out, You're Bayan. You're a demonic dragon." The eyes of the dragon-shaped figure suddenly flashed with a sharp light. It let out a voice that was equally shocked and lost its composure. You're Lao Ai, you're Gu Feiyang." A dragon's roar suddenly rang out in the hall, shaking the three people until they were deafening. A faint dragon shadow flew out from the dragon-shaped statue and madly spun around in the air, laughing constantly, "Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said with difficulty, "You? Why are you here? Isn't this the divine palace of Mount Meru that has existed for tens of thousands of years?" The dragon shadow laughed in the air for a while before saying, "I'm the dragon spirit guardian of the Meru temple. I escaped 100 years ago and crossed countless voids to arrive on the heavenly martial continent. But I met you, you damn bastard. You've actually refined me into your sword spirit." The demonic dragon seemed to be caught up in an angry memory, and it was so angry that it trembled in the air. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! I'm the noble descendant of the true dragon, and I've become your damn sword spirit. Fortunately, your sword body collapsed during the Battle of Tiandang Mountain, and I managed to escape." In order to recover his strength, he had no choice but to return to this damned place. "Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is a gift from the heavens for you to come to my door and be tortured. Ha ha ha." Greatly shocked, Yunxiao hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with both hands and summoned the divine realm tablet with the connection he had with it. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against the demonic dragon that he was going to face. He could only take out the divine realm tablet and hide inside. Or, he could think of a way to pull the demonic dragon into the divine realm tablet. Only then would he have the confidence to win. In the valley tens of thousands of miles away, the divine realm tablet, which was absorbing spiritual energy crazily, suddenly rose up from the ground with a rumble, turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the monster dragon hall, almost crossing the space. In the hall, the demon dragon laughed wildly for a while before he stared at Yunxiao and said with hatred, "I didn't expect that you didn't die during the Battle of Tiandang Mountain. Instead, you possessed someone else's body. Haha, that's good too. If you die, who am I going to find to take revenge for this 1,000-year humiliation?" Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang had long been dumbfounded. Their minds were completely blank. Turned out that Yunxiao was Gu Feiyang. Yunxiang's mind flashed with lightning as scenes from the past resurfaced in her mind. All her questions were suddenly answered at this moment. It turned out that the person who had always been by his side was actually that lord. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she knelt down with a plop. She knelt on the ground and cried, "Lord Gu Feiyang, so you are Lord Gu Feiyang. Yunxiang has finally found you." Ding Ling also looked a little dazed. No wonder Yunxiao could rise so suddenly. It turned out that he was the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang. At this moment, even though he had already accepted this fact, it was still difficult. The person who had been with her all this time and who she had gradually fallen in love with was actually the legendary peerless martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. At this moment, her mood became extremely complicated, and she was filled with all kinds of worries and hesitation. Would such a peerless figure still be with me? Her eyes were filled with confusion and loss. Yunxiao, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. He knew the demon dragon's strength the best. Back then, he had created 3 sword techniques, which were demon slaying, star extinguishing, and dawn light. Each sword represented unparalleled sword intent. In order to maximize the power of these 3 sword techniques, he had forged 3 swords respectively, which were also named after these 3 sword techniques. One of the strongest weapons was the Demon Slayer. Because the soul of an alternative dragon was trapped inside, he had cast a spell to refine it into a sword spirit, which was the demon dragon in front of him. Later on, in the Sea of Soul formation, he had a bet on alchemy with the powerful warriors of the demon clan. When it was difficult to determine who was better, he suddenly had an idea and combined the 3 swords into one. Finally, he created a profound level weapon that surpassed the 9th grade the Star Sword. At the same time, he had also comprehended the unparalleled sword essence of the sword slashing the stars, which was why he was ranked 3rd on the Heaven and Earth power chart. For the first time, he felt helpless under the pressure of the demonic dragon. The difference in strength between the 2 of them was too great, to the point that any technique was ineffective. The only move he could use now was a spiritual attack. Pupil Technique Moon Deficiency. The Great Expansion divine technique circulated wildly, and soul power gushed out of his body at a burning speed. The entire hall suddenly became blurry, and the space began to distort and transform, as if they had entered another space. The demonic dragon's pupils constricted and he suddenly laughed. "Ha-ha, Gu Feiyong, your cultivation is only at the 5-element realm now. Has your soul power declined to such a level? Back then, your pupillary abilities could directly change the world and pass through the void. Now it's just a child's play. Ha-ha, ha-ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha-ha." He suddenly let out a dragon's roar, and the entire constantly changing space instantly returned to its original state. It was still above the hall, and the cold wind was still rustling. Xianxia's mind was shaken, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had faced an opponent that made him feel so hopeless. The difference between them was like an adult man and a newborn baby. It was difficult to cross. "I didn't expect you to have such a day. How should I torture you to death? Let me think. I can't let you die so easily." With a twisted face, the demonic dragon flew in the air. He was going to make the humiliation he suffered back then pay back, bit by bit. "You're just a mere dead soul," Xianxia sneered. "Don't show off in front of me. If I could subdue you back then, I can do the same now. Don't tell me you're not curious as to how the 3 of us were able to pass through the formation and enter the hall." The demonic dragon's body froze in midair before its eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light. It said with wild joy, "Dragon blood! It's the dragon bloodline. Could it be that this body of yours has the bloodline of a dragon?" he exclaimed in shock. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "My body is normal, but I have a large amount of dragon blood in my hands. I want to make a deal with you. The condition is that after I recover my strength, I will help you refine a body that surpasses the 9th stage." The demonic dragon's body trembled. This condition was too tempting. He had already lived as a soul for thousands of years. If he didn't have a body, his soul would probably be destroyed soon. However, if the other party had recovered his strength, how could he be a match for him? At that time, what right would he have to fulfill his promise? "You don't have to worry about what I'm saying," Xianxia said indifferently. "You've been with me for so long, so you should know that I've always kept my word. How can I let you down? Actually, I've always felt that the time we spent together was very happy. Why do you have such a huge hatred? Happy your sister. Roar, roar." The demonic dragon roared madly and said in a deep voice, "What are the conditions?" Xianxia's eyes flickered as he said, "Become my sword spirit again. When I recover my strength, I'll let you out immediately and help you refine a body." "What?" The demonic dragon was enraged. It roared and spun crazily. "You actually dare to have designs on me? Die, die, die." A powerful aura spread out, and the entire hall shook violently. "Open." At that moment, Ding Ling and Yunshang, who were behind him, had already received Yunxiao's hint. They worked together and struck out with all their strength. The 2 forces slammed into the door, directly blasting the stone door of the divine palace open from the inside. The moment they attacked, Xianxia grabbed them and rushed out. His idea was to stall for time until the divine realm tablet arrived. At the very least, he could hide in the tablet. He didn't believe that the demonic dragon had the ability to break the tablet. You want to leave? Go to hell. The dragon clan's dignity is supreme. If you dare to provoke it, you will die. The demon dragon was driven mad by Xianxia's words for a long time. After the three of them rushed out, it roared and chased after them. Its body shone brightly, and its aura shook the hall so much that it almost collapsed. Whoosh! The demonic dragon had just rushed out when it saw a sword light slashing down from the sky. The entire sky and the sea of spiritual energy were illuminated by the sword light, turning purple and green. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have merged into one. A ninth-tier profound armament. The demonic dragon turned pale with fright. He had been with Gu Feiyang for a long time and knew all kinds of profound-level weapons like the back of his hand. Although the sword chi was not strong, the sword itself was definitely a ninth-rank existence. It was so fast that it arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Boom! As the sword light slashed down, purple and green light bloomed, and the entire hall began to collapse. The demonic dragon let out a painful roar and rushed out into the sky. The light on its body was dark and gloomy, as if it had been severely injured. Arg! Ah! You damn humans! The demonic dragon's eyes instantly turned red as it charged toward the martial artists below. What's going on with this Ing Luo? Everyone was instantly stunned. The Shumi divine palace that they had high hopes for had been destroyed in one blow, and a dragon soul had come out of nowhere. Heavens! Heavens! It was a dragon soul, a real dragon soul. The martial artists below who had just recovered from the shock of the dragon chi were all dumbstruck. When the demonic dragon charged down, they all reacted and took out their weapons to attack. In the distance, the cultivators who were looking forward to the purple-green twin swords blasting open the door were also dumbfounded. The value of a dragon soul was absolutely immeasurable. However, he had to have a name first. Looking at the demonic dragon's appearance, he suddenly came to his senses and ran with all his might. After Luo Qingyun's shock, he also ran away with the others. Are you kidding me? He merely had the bloodline of a true dragon. That was a true dragon. Although it was only an alternative dragon, it was not something he could resist. The moment Xianxia rushed out, he saw the purple and green dual swords, so he quickly dodged to the side. At this moment, he was already at the very front of the group, running far away. When the demonic dragon struck down from the sky, the martial artists below were the weaker ones among the crowd, which was why they were shocked by the dragon chi. They could actually withstand such a powerful attack from the demonic dragon. Boom! The sea of spiritual energy in front of the hall instantly exploded, and limbs flew everywhere. A large number of people died. Before he could rejoice, he was crushed to pieces by the demonic dragon's tail. In just 2 strikes, the hundreds of warriors kneeling in front of the hall were all dead. Those cultivators who were running madly also felt the situation behind them and were scared out of their wits. One after another, they displayed their trump cards and fled for their lives. Zhou Ziyuan took out the supreme heavenly mirror in the sky. A ray of light shone on his body and he immediately disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared hundreds of miles away and then disappeared again. In this way, he was ahead of everyone. Chen Wudi threw out a huge gold coin and stepped on it to fly. Shui Luoyan was even more amazing. A pair of huge water elemental wings had grown out of nowhere. As she spread her wings, she could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Every warrior who could survive until now was not an ordinary person. All of a sudden, their speed more than doubled, and they were about to catch up with Xianxia. All of a sudden, the eyes of these warriors nearly popped out of their sockets. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with both hands, summoning a huge Blueluan warship. Standing on the warship, the speed of the 3 of them suddenly increased by several times, and the distance between them and the others was once again widened. Although the Blueluan warship was only a 6-tier weapon, It was nothing compared to the 7th tier and 8th tier mystic weapons of the warriors. However, the purpose of a battleship was to fly in the air, so it had unparalleled superiority in flight, and soon everyone could only look up to it. Li Yunxiao, stop and wait for us. Let's all escape together. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Yan Yi shouted desperately as he ran. He held 2 water splitters in his hands, which cut the air apart to reduce the resistance. That's right. Not only is it better than building a 7-storied pagoda, but all of us owe you a huge favor. In the future, when your city sets up a sect and becomes independent from the Firecrow Empire, we'll give you our full support. Chao Yaxing's face was also pale as he hurriedly threw the silk ball. It must be known that these people all had powerful backgrounds in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The value of this favor was immeasurable. That's right, as long as you let me go up, not only will I owe you a huge favor, but I'll also do you a favor. If you need anything in the future, the Chamber of Commerce will do our best to help you. With the financial and human support of the Chamber of Commerce, it will be a piece of cake to build Yanwu into a superpower. Qian Wudi took a look behind and was also drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly promised. Shui Luoyan's face had also turned white, without a trace of blood. She hurriedly said, Lord Yunxiao, I know you like big Sister Ling. Although Sister Ling and I have always had some misunderstandings, we really grew up together and are as close as sisters. Besides, I'm as pretty as Sister Ling. Don't you want the 2 beauties of the Merchant Union to serve you together? On the Blueluan warship, Ding Ling-er's face turned livid with anger. Don't save that bitch, she said angrily. At some point, Yunxiao was standing on the warship. He pulled a chair over and leaned on it, eating fruit as he looked at the people who were flying madly. Now that you've put it this way, I'm really in a difficult position. Everyone has such generous conditions, but if you turn against me right away, what should I do? I've only just reached the rank of Martial King. How can I be a match for you guys? Lord Cloud Sky, please rest assured. Qian Wudi, keep my word. Qian Wudi hurriedly expressed his position, and the rest of the people also hurriedly expressed how good their characters were. But at the same time, a question popped up in everyone's mind. Wasn't he a 6-stars martial lord? How did he become a martial king? However, under the urgent situation, he couldn't think too much and tried to please her. Ding Ling-er and Luo Yunxiang were completely dumbfounded. They had been very relaxed on the warship, but they were completely petrified after hearing this. Yunxiao was indeed a martial lord, but how long had he been in Mount Meru? Yunxiang, in particular, had been with Yunxiao all the time except for the few hours she had gone missing in the passage. How could there be such an exaggerated thing? Fortunately, when the 2 of them thought about each other's identity, they didn't find it strange anymore. However, it was also because of this that the 2 of them became very nervous and somewhat out of their wits. Looking at the 2 of them, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, You don't have to be so ill at ease. Just think of me as Li Yunxiao. Otherwise, I won't be used to seeing you guys like this. Yes, Jigu Qianqian, Your Excellency Li Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiang nodded carefully and hurriedly, her face blushing. She stole a glance at the fruit plate beside Yunxiao, then trotted forward and said, Lord Li Yunxiao, I'll peel some fruit for you. Yunxiao, he. Ding Ling-er said nervously, Your Excellency Li Yunxiao, about our previous agreement, you can't do that. She was afraid that the previous agreement would be void, as she had bet the future of the entire Tianyuan trading company on him. Yunxiao felt a great headache. He waved his hand and said, I'm no longer the Gu Feiyang of the past. I'm just the city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao. You're all my best friends, so there's no need to be like this. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Also, only the 2 of you know about this in the entire heavenly martial continent. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Yes, Li Yunxiao. Ding Ling-er shouted happily, and her voice finally became softer. Only the 2 of them knew about such an important matter. Both Luo Yunxiang and Ding Ling-er looked happy at the same time, as if their secrets were being shared. Ding Ling-er said, Li Yingying. Ahem. Yunxiao, what should we do with these people? Should he save them? If he dies on Mount Meru, I'm afraid it will cause a great shock in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, and they may find out that we are the culprits. Yes, Xianxia laughed. Of course I will. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to deal with the demonic dragon by myself. But now is not the time. Let them run. These people were usually high and mighty, with their noses high up in the air. When have they ever worked so hard before? It's good to let them train. He continued to admire the desperate looks of the crowd and happily ate the fruit. The faint smile and the sound of chewing fruit made everyone dizzy. Seeing that their words were useless, the crowd began to threaten Xianxia again, but Xianxia remained unmoved. The three of them sat side by side and ate the fruits, looking very happy. That appearance almost made everyone explode with anger. At this moment, the two people running at the back were Zhan Fan and Lu Qingqing. The two of them were standing on the purple and green twin swords, but because they had expended almost all of their energy in that previous attack, the sword radiance had also weakened significantly. Right now, they were even further behind. Seeing that the demonic dragon was about to catch up to them, the two of them had looks of despair on their faces. Xiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the light that was flying toward him from a distance. It's almost time to save these people. He cast a few spells in succession, and the speed of the chariot suddenly slowed down. An attack suddenly shot out from the top of the chariot, blasting toward the demonic dragon behind Lu Qingqing and the other man. Boom! The attack landed directly on the demonic dragon. Although it did not cause any damage to the dragon, it did manage to stop it for a moment, allowing Lu Qingqing and Zhan Fan to run a distance away. Zhan Fan was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Xianxia, for saving my life. I hope that you can save me to the end. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me today. With a smile, Xianxia slowly slowed down the warship and said, All of you, come up. Remember the promises you made just now. Everyone can be a witness. If there is one less, I will personally go and get it. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. They were exhausted from running and could not hold on any longer. Xiao's sudden rescue was like a life-saving straw, so they were all extremely excited. All of you, come up. As soon as the defense of the Blueluan warship was opened, this group of people suddenly burst out with their strongest speed and rushed up with a whoosh. Damn it, we're safe, we're safe. A group of people were lying on the ground, gasping for breath. A few of them took out all kinds of medicinal pills and swallowed them. Shui Luoyan sat directly on Xiao's recliner and began to eat the fruits Xianxia had peeled. Ding Ling was so angry that she wanted to go up and kick her a few times. A golden beam of light retracted from Xiao's forehead. The divine realm tablet had returned to his body, and he now had his biggest trump card. Whether it was against these people or the demonic dragon, at the very least, he could throw the divine realm tablet out and hide in it. Who could do anything to him then? He walked forward with a smile and said, Little sister Luo Yan, you said that your beauty is not inferior to Ling Er's and that you want to serve me together? Why don't we go inside and have a good time? Shui Luoyan's expression turned cold as a bone-chilling aura emanated from her. Not killing you is already the biggest favor I can give you. Only that bitch Ding Ling likes you like this. Both Ding Ling and Xianxia's faces changed drastically. It would have been fine if they did not know Xiao's identity. Now that they knew that he was a peerless martial sovereign, the admiration and respect in their hearts could not be suppressed. When he heard someone insulting him, he was so angry that he wanted to rush up. Haha, Miss Shui's standards are really high. Although the Lord of Cloud Sky City was only a martial king and did not look too good, his sexual ability was probably only passable. However, he's still young and promising. Yenny laughed and teased. This group of people all called you ancestor before you got on the ship, but now they're treating you like a grandson. Not only Yenny, but the rest of the people's faces also gradually turned cold. They looked at everyone with a proud expression. Shui Luoyan laughed coldly as her eyes flickered. My future husband must have unparalleled cultivation and be ranked on the heaven and earth power chart. I will only marry those on the billboard. Yenny laughed. Miss Shui's standards are too high, I can't take it. The heaven and earth power ranking list was ranked once every 100 years, and there were only 100 places. Those who were listed on the list, except for the most outstanding figures in the history of the heavenly martial arts realm, were all old men who were hundreds of years old. Miss Shui, do you want to marry a man who is a few hundred years old? Brother Yen, that's not right. I think most of the titled martial sovereigns are under 100 years old, Zhan Fan said with a frown. Yen Yi didn't deny it. He rolled his eyes and said, a titled martial sovereign? Humph, only the top 10 experts on the heaven and earth power chart would be given titles by the sanctuary. Which one of the 10 lords wasn't an unparalleled figure, an existence that could terrorize an area? Miss Shui wants to marry a titled martial sovereign, but this Xianxia, seems like she's not pretty enough. Shui Luoyen was furious. She was extremely beautiful and had countless suitors. This was the first time in history that someone had said that she was not beautiful enough. Who knew that Zhan Fan would also nod and say, that's right. Back then, the world's most beautiful woman, Chu Hongyan, was in love with the army-shattering martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. But they were still in love with each other. Yunxiang's face paled in an instant as she sneaked a glance at Yunxiao, but the latter's face was indifferent. Humph, Shui Luoyen said disdainfully. The continent has always loved to spread rumors. Who among you has seen how beautiful Chu Hongyan is? In the end, Gu Feiyang didn't want her because she wasn't pretty enough. The expressions of everyone on the battleship changed slightly. Chu Hongyan was the palace master of the Divine Cloud Palace, although the Divine Cloud Palace had been sealed off for many years. However, he was definitely an existence that could be ranked in the top 5 on the continent. No one dared to disobey the Divine Firmament Order. It was a great taboo to comment on the Divine Firmament Palace's palace master so publicly. As a member of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, Shui Luoyen naturally understood this logic. It was just that beautiful women couldn't care less about their looks. No one dared to say anything, and they all kept their mouths shut. Yunxiang stepped forward and said indifferently, Palace Master Chu's appearance is 10,000 times better than yours. If Palace Master Chu is a blooming water lotus, then your appearance is at most a drop of flower feces under the water lotus. You! Who do you think you are? Shui Luoyen flew into a rage. She was so angry that her neck had turned red. Someone had actually compared her to flower shit. To put it bluntly, it was the same as calling her shit. Moreover, the other party was only a 1-star martial king. In her eyes, he was no different from an ant. She immediately raised a golden light and slashed at him. Ding Ling-er's eyes were filled with surprise. She did not understand why Yunxiang would protect Chu Hongyan. But she was Yunxiao's confidant, and he could not let anything happen to her. He immediately reached out with his hand, which was wearing a white silk glove, and extinguished the golden light in his hand. Shui Luoyen's aura grew as she said angrily, Ding Ling-er, I haven't taught you a lesson for more than a year. It seems like it's time to teach you a lesson. Ding Ling-er also ran her genuine qi, and her momentum rose. She snorted and said, When have I ever been afraid of you? Yunxiang knew that her strength was the weakest between the two of them, but she could not just stand by and watch. A red axe rose into the air, ready to strike at any moment. Women, there's really no other way. They're fighting among themselves at such a dangerous time. That demonic dragon is about to catch up. Someone shouted, and everyone looked out of the battleship. The evil dragon was indeed getting closer. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. If he caught up to them, they would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. Can't you go any faster? Zhan Fan asked. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile. It's already the fastest. I guess this war is inevitable. Everyone, quickly adjust your breathing and recover your physical strength. When we fight to the death, we might have a chance of winning. Everyone's face turned extremely ugly. Thinking about the battle with the demonic dragon, they all shivered. This was especially true for Luo Qingyun, who had the blood of a true dragon flowing through his body. Although the demonic dragon was only a spiritual body, its level was much higher than his. The pressure from the dragon's level made him unable to even think of resisting. Don't you know Tier 6 spatial teleportation arrays? Someone could not help but ask. Everyone turned their heads, and Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. It was Wang Chong who was speaking with a pale face. When he saw Yunxiao's eyes turn to him, he immediately shrank back slightly. Yunxiao did not seem to hold a grudge. He just said indifferently, "Even an 8th-order monster beast can't escape from that formation, let alone a 9th-order existence. There's no need to worry too much. Although this demonic dragon is at the 9th rank, it only exists as a soul. Demonic beasts relied on their physical bodies and innate divine abilities the most. If the demonic dragon did not have either of those, they would have a high chance of winning if they fought together. But I'm afraid that someone will reserve their strength and take advantage of the situation." He glanced at Zhou Ziyuan and Wang Chong, and both of them blushed. "Young Master Yun, you do have a point. Since I can't escape, I can only bite the bullet and fight. I can't die in a cowardly manner. Besides, this dragon soul is an unparalleled treasure. If we can obtain it, then our trip to Mount Meru will not be in vain." Chao Yaxing said, his eyes glimmering. To collect the dragon soul? Everyone was shocked, and they all smiled bitterly. They only hoped to be able to sign up. This kind of heaven-defying thing, they simply didn't dare to think about it. Yunxiao's eyes fell on Chao Yaxing, and he frowned slightly. This Chao Yaxing was definitely one of the strongest among them, and he even gave him a sense of fear. At this moment, the demonic dragon suddenly closed in from afar. Its entire body transformed into a beam of light that soared into the sky. It was actually a beam of sword chi that slashed down viciously at the Azure Phoenix chariot. What's wrong with this demonic dragon? It actually turned into sword chi. Fuck, it's not just ordinary sword chi. This sword seems to contain a supreme sword intent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and a bad feeling enveloped them. It felt as if not only the earth and mountains, but the entire world was about to collapse under this sword. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror, "Sword technique demon slaying. It's Lord Gu Feiyang's demon-slaying sword art." Yunxiao was also shocked. He did not expect the dragon to be able to display this sword force with just a soul. "Everyone, be careful. This warship is going to be finished." Boom! The soaring sword energy slammed into the warship, and the defense of the entire Blueluan warship collapsed instantly. It was as if the sky had been cut in half by this sword, revealing 2 different colors. Everyone on the battleship was prepared, and they quickly fled to the sides the moment the explosion occurred. However, their thinking was still too simple. This demonic dragon was the sword spirit of Gu Feiyang's demon-slaying sword. The sword intent of this sword had long been integrated. With this sword, the heaven and earth were broken. The Blueluan warship was cut into pieces like a piece of paper. The sword momentum did not reduce, and it spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and they all used their best moves to shake the sword light. Bang! 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 All of them had their chi and blood roiling in the air, and many of their inner vitals had been shattered. They retreated with heavy injuries. Yan Yi gritted his bloody teeth. His eyes were filled with despair as he said hatefully, "Damn it, with just one sword attack, just the residual power of the sword ray has such power. How can we fight?" The rest of the people were also terrified as they slashed the heaven and earth with one sword. Who could block such power? Under this kind of sword momentum, he couldn't raise any battle intent at all. After the demonic dragon transformed into a sword ray, it returned to its dragon form and roared into the sky. Dragon roars soared into the sky and reverberated across the entire land. It was like a call from ancient times, grand and vast, shocking people's souls. This time, even Yunxiao's face turned unsightly. He had heard the dragon say that it was recuperating in the hall, but he did not expect it to have almost recovered its strength. Don't be discouraged, everyone. If you don't have the courage to fight, you're really dead. It's almost the same as being completely dead now. A look of despair flashed across Zhou Ziyuan's eyes, but he still tried his best to take out the supreme heavenly mirror. A yellow light shot out and shone on the demonic dragon. He shouted, "Everyone, Let's work hard together and beg for a way out. Motherfucker, how can I be willing to die here? I'm the one who will unify the merchant union in the future. Qian Wudi's eyes were bloodshot. A series of copper ingots flew out from his palm and shot towards the demonic dragon. The coins filled the sky and covered the earth. That was not enough. He put his palms together, and a basket-sized golden light slowly appeared in front of him. He pushed it forward, and the coin grew bigger and bigger in the air. It was going to hit the demonic dragon's head. Shui Luoyan's first move was 3 martial essence pills. She used the pearl chain technique and shot them out. Each pill was bigger than the last, and the aura they gave off was more terrifying than the last. The rest of the people also gritted their teeth and attacked at the same time. All kinds of terrifying auras spread out in the sky. These people were all elite existences from various sections. When they displayed their trump cards, they were also very shocking. Lu Qingcheng and Zhan Fan joined forces once again, trying their best to combine the 2 swords. Once the purple Shadow Qing Suo sword was combined, it would be a 9th-tier existence and could be considered the most powerful profound-level weapon among all of them. The demonic dragon was also shocked and enraged by these attacks. Zhou Ziyuan's supreme heavenly mirror had locked down the spatial dimension laws around him, making it extremely difficult for him to move. He was basically on the receiving end of a beating. The light on his body was dim and dark, and his soul power was constantly dissipating. At this moment, Shui Luoyan's 3 chained pearls arrived. The first one turned into a fist shadow, which was exactly the same as the one she had used against Yunxiao in Yanwu. It exploded on the dragon's body without much reaction. The second one instantly transformed into a ring of light and ruthlessly slashed at the demonic dragon's neck. It actually scattered a wisp of soul power. The third one suddenly became bigger. It was actually a small mountain and it directly smashed down. At this moment, Qian Wudi's gold coin also fell. 2 huge attacks landed and shook the demonic dragon's body, sending it flying dozens of meters away. The attacks of the 2 seemed to be effective, and it immediately stimulated everyone's fighting spirit. They used all kinds of trump cards to suppress the demonic dragon, and it was unable to fight back. I'm furious. A group of damned humans, a mere low-level space law, and you want to bind this seat? All of you, die! The demonic dragon let out a loud roar and used the divine dragon's tail to block all the attacks that came from all directions. He used the green dragon spit's water spell, and a large amount of water element gathered and started to corrode the supreme heavenly mirror's sealing power. Zhou Ziyuan was shocked. The supreme heavenly mirror in his hand started to make a buzzing sound as if it was about to break. Burning blood grand magic. Chao Yaxing's entire body suddenly turned red, and red flames began to burn on his body. He looked demonic and terrifying. A talisman suddenly shot out from his hand, creating a red path in the air, and extended toward the demonic dragon. Blood was where a person's essence energy was located. Generally, techniques that burned blood were extremely overbearing and vicious. His talisman was blood-red and somewhat demonic. The demonic dragon's pupils shrank, and it seemed to have sensed danger. It roared and swept its tail over. Boom! The dragon tail swept over the talisman and exploded in the air. The demonic dragon's pained wail could be heard. The blood seemed to contain poison, and its entire tail was dyed purple-red as it rolled in the air. What kind of poison is this? It can actually corrode a soul's body. Everyone was shocked, and their fear of Chao Yaxing grew. However, they were also overjoyed. The demonic dragon had indeed been severely injured. After Chao Yaxing's attack, the red color on his body quickly faded away, and his entire body became extremely pale. He immediately left the battlefield and began to regulate his breathing. It was obvious that this move was extremely costly and was a trump card that he did not dare to use casually. Zhou Ziyuan's supreme heavenly mirror was finally corroded by the demonic dragon's water vapor until it lost all its radiance. It was completely destroyed. He wailed in pain. Suddenly, he saw a person and almost vomited blood. He roared, "Li Yunxiao, what the hell are you doing? Are you just standing there and watching?" Yunxiao smiled, scratched his forehead, and said, "I'm sorry, Everyone's moves were too strong. I was stunned. When the rest of the people heard this, they gritted their teeth in anger and wanted to slap him to death. Besides, I'm just a martial king, Xianxia said shamelessly. I can't do much. It won't be too late for me to strike after I find the demonic dragon's weakness. Luo Qingyun was infuriated. He didn't dare to use his true dragon bloodline in front of this demonic dragon, or he would be restrained by the pressure of the other party's level, and it would be extremely difficult for him to fight. And he knew Xianxia's strength, so how could he not go mad? If you still don't make a move, we won't fight anymore and we'll all die together. Damn it! Yanni also roared in anger. You're still hiding your strength at a time like this. They really deserve to die. Seeing that he had aroused public anger, Xianxia was too embarrassed to just watch the battle from the side. So he threw out the Tianluo flaming battle flag. Immediately, a sea of fire covered the sky and burned down. After the Divine Realm Tablet's fire territory was opened, the Sky Luo blazing fire battle flag had lost its function and could be used directly in battle. It was several times more powerful than when he had fought Luo Qingyun on Chonghua Island. Besides, the demonic dragon was a water-type demonic beast, so it was restrained by fire. The demon dragon's pupils constricted. He had been paying attention to Xianxia, and he was the one who was most afraid of him among these people. Now, seeing that he had casually conjured a sea of fire, he was even more shocked. Although the flames were not strong to him, they had directly suppressed his water domain and almost directly restrained his 5 elements. Damn it! Damn it! Sure enough, the trickiest one among them was Gu Feiyong. The demonic dragon roared repeatedly as it shuttled back and forth in the sea of fire. Xianxia quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and one after another, flame-shaped creatures stood up from the sea of fire, each in a myriad of forms, exuding an ancient fighting will. For a moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in this fighting will, and everyone's mind was shaken. This is a monastic robe, a Tier 9 array formation. Zhou Ziyuan's pupils constricted as he looked at the sea of fire in horror. When he thought of how he had once threatened Xianxia, a chill ran up his spine. Motherfucker! You're only using it now when you have a 9th rank battle flag. You really deserve to die. Yanni was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he had used it earlier, they wouldn't have had to go all out and exhaust their true qi. Luo Qingyun's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly shouted, Everyone, don't let your guard down. There's something wrong with this Tier 9 fire formation. The water domain used to restrain the demonic dragon is still fine. Everyone, don't stop attacking. He was well aware of the Grade 9 battle flag's weakness. It was just for show. After the demonic dragon was shocked and angry, it also discovered this point. Its dragon body shuttled back and forth in the sea of fire, and all the fire-formed creatures were crushed with a single touch. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out from afar. The purple and green twin swords combined once again and slashed through the air. Everyone felt a shocking aura and stepped back to make a path. The demonic dragon also sensed the danger. It was the 9th tier profound artifact that had directly injured it. It immediately roared in shock and wanted to escape. Not good, he's trying to escape. Zhou Ziyuan panicked. If the supreme heavenly mirror was still around, it would have been enough to trap him for a moment. But who could stop him from escaping at this moment? Good sword momentum. Don't dodge. Xianxia chuckled and performed the Great Realm Divine technique in his hand. The Divine Realm tablet turned into a mountain and pressed down hard. At this moment, a strange feeling formed in his heart. When he executed the Great Realm Divine technique, the strange power that he had absorbed in his dantian actually began to move along his meridians and directly transformed into a divine technique. His heart trembled violently. Could it be that this power could only be used by using a divine art? At this moment, there seemed to be a faint light surrounding the Divine Realm tablet, which was exactly the same as his power. The demonic dragon was about to escape and avoid the sword power, but it suddenly realized that the Divine Realm tablet was pressing down on it. It was so angry that it kept screaming and wanted to rush out of the suppression. However, it suddenly found that it was suppressed in a space by a huge force, and it could not escape. This power is overwhelming. The demonic dragon's pupils contracted as if he had seen something incredible. He shouted, "Divine mayfly, divine energy. It's actually the spiritual energy. How could you possibly have the spiritual energy?" He panicked and stared at the divine realm tablet. His body began to emit circles of power. As the power continued to overflow, his soul began to become more and more transparent. All his attention was on the divine realm tablet, and he did not even care about the purple shadow Xianxia sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sword slashed down, and a beam of purple and green chi blasted the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon let out a blood-curdling screech, and the light on its body dimmed even more. However, he still gritted his teeth, and his eyes were red. He suddenly roared, and a burst of demonic chi burst out from the surroundings. It seemed that he had exerted all his strength, blasting open a space under the suppression of the divine realm tablet. His body suddenly flew out, turned into a ray of light, and fled in the direction of the demon dragon hall. He escaped? Everyone's minds were shaken. They had thought that they were invincible, but they had all risked their lives to fight. How did Xianxia escape as soon as he made his move? Everyone was looking at Xianxia with a strange look. Only Luo Yunxiang and Ding Ling were overjoyed. After knowing that Xianxia was Gu Feiyang, they trusted and admired him even more, which seemed to be a natural thing to do. It would have been abnormal if the demonic dragon had not fled. Xianxia pointed his finger in the air, and the purple shadow Xianxia sword was caught in his hand. He gave it a look and said with a smile, "Not bad. It's a good sword. Let me use it first." "What?" Zhan Fan and Lu Qingqing's hearts were filled with shock, and their faces were filled with anger. However, the other party's strength was clear for all to see, and they did not dare to voice out their anger. They could only hurriedly circulate their sword arts, wanting to summon it back. However, as soon as they activated it, both of their expressions changed drastically in shock. The spiritual connection between them and the sword had been cut off. The divine sense he left on it was also wiped away. The two of them were immediately drenched in cold sweat. This kind of method of casually wiping away other people's divine sense and taking their weapons was something that could only be done so easily if the other party's divine sense was far, far more powerful. Luo Qingyun suddenly shouted. He stared at the place where the demonic dragon had escaped. His eyes were full of greed and excitement. He trembled with excitement and said, "Long Yuan, it's actually the dragon essence." The demonic dragon's desperate move when it escaped had actually shaken out so much dragon essence. This was where the essence of the dragon was. The blood in his body began to boil. If he could absorb the dragon essence, his true dragon body would reach an extremely terrifying level. Suddenly, a figure flashed and rushed into the dragon essence. He opened his hands and shouted, "One chi of creation, absorb it." The dragon essence gushed into the man's body like a whale, and half of it was devoured in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingyun's body trembled, and he roared as he rushed forward, "Li Yunxiao, I'm going to kill you. My God, my dragon essence." By the time he rushed up, there was only some residue left, which he desperately sucked. Yunxiao smiled with satisfaction after he sucked it up. He looked at Luo Qingyun and said, "Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized that this was actually dragon essence. I almost wasted it." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he chased in the direction that the demonic dragon had escaped. Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang were startled, and they hurriedly followed. Luo Qingyun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Demonic chi spread out from his body. As soon as the demon dragon left, his dragon bloodline was no longer afraid of the pressure of his level, and he could not wait to rush up and fight Yunxiao again. But, in just a few days, the feeling Yunxiao gave him seemed to be even better than that of Chonghua Island. "Li Yunxiao, just you wait," Luo Qingyun said through gritted teeth as he watched the three of them leave. He had refined all the dragon blood in his body in front of the demonic dragon palace. Now, with a little dragon essence, it was enough for him to modify his body and get closer to the ancient true dragon. At that time, he would be more confident in fighting Yunxiao. The rest of the people looked in the direction Yunxiao had gone, and they all stood there in shock, not knowing whether to chase or not. Everyone, what should we do? Zhou Ziyuan couldn't help but say. He looked at the broken supreme heavenly mirror in his hand with a pained expression. Yenny swallowed and said, "What's up with Li Yunxiao? How strong was he? He was able to make the demonic dragon escape with a single move." The group of people looked at each other, and their eyes fell on Luo Qingyun. "You fought him before. How strong is he?" Chao Yaxing asked through gritted teeth. Luo Qingyun's face turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "He's unfathomable. At the very least, I'm not his match." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Qingyun was very famous among the younger generation of disciples, and he was a very stubborn person. Very few people dared to be his enemy. When they heard his comment about Yunxiao with their own ears, everyone was immediately filled with a layer of fear, and they became extremely careful around the young man. Shui Luoyan's face paled as she recalled how she had been rude to him on the battleship. But it seemed that the other party didn't care about him at all. "What should we do? Are you going to chase or not?" Wang Chong, who was among the crowd, asked. "Chase?" A cold smile appeared on Shen Wudi's face. "Are you going to die? Whether it's that demon dragon or Li Yunxiao, which one can you defeat?" Wang Chong's face turned red and he stopped talking. Lu Qingcheng and Zhan Fan were the most depressed of them all. Their profound-level weapons had been taken away, and they were practically their greatest support, so they didn't say a word. Everyone was a little disheartened. They got up and left one after another, planning to find a place where the spiritual qi was liquefied and cultivate until they left. Yunxiao soon caught up to the demonic dragon palace. It had collapsed, and the broken limbs and body parts of warriors were floating on the sea of spirit qi. The only thing left was the stone statue of the demonic dragon, which was still glowing. "Come out, demonic dragon. After all, we're acquaintances, so wouldn't it be better for us to work together?" Yunxiao stood with the sword in his hand, looking indifferently at the stone statue. Originally, he didn't have much confidence in subduing this demonic dragon, but he didn't expect that the power in his dantian could cause such a great stimulation, and his confidence increased. The stone statue's eyes lit up and it said angrily, "Very good, your sister. Only you would make me a sword spirit. If you force me, I'll take you down with me." Yunxiao looked at the stone statue and chuckled. "This is the body you condensed, right? What the hell does it look like? If I can recover to my peak strength this time, I'm very confident in breaking through to the 10 Directions divine realm. By then, it won't be difficult to give you a real body. You'll only be my sword spirit for a very short time." The demonic dragon was silent for a long time before he said, "Why do you have spiritual energy?" Yunxiao's heart jolted slightly as he thought. That energy was called spiritual energy. "I don't know either," he replied honestly. "I got it by accident." "You recognize this power?" The demonic dragon was stunned and kept silent. Yunxiao was not in a hurry, so he stood there slowly and waited. He knew the demonic dragon's personality better than anyone else. He wasn't the kind of person who was calculative. Moreover, he had the divine realm tablet in his hands and was almost undefeatable, so he wasn't worried about the demonic dragon stalling for time. After a while, the demonic dragon spoke again. "Did you see a small golden sword at the place where you obtained the spiritual energy?" With a flip of his hand, the strange little sword immediately appeared in his hand. "You mean this?" The demonic dragon's eyes flickered a few times before he let out a long sigh. Could it really be the will of the heavens? He seemed to have made a great decision and said in pain, "I can be your sword spirit, but you have to at least find a good sword. Although the sword in your hand is of the 9th step, it's still far inferior to the Demon Slayer sword." "This sword is actually pretty good," Yunxiao chuckled. "It's just damaged. When I'm strong enough, I'll refine it again, and you won't be wronged. Quickly come into my sword," he said, waving his hand. The demonic dragon was extremely unwilling to give up, but it had no other choice. It could only reveal itself from the stone statue and soar in the sky for a while. It seemed to be very attached to the free sky before it finally entered the purple shadow. Xianxia soared reluctantly. "Old friend," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'm really happy that you're back. There's no need to show such a desperate expression. It won't be long before I can return to the peak of the martial supreme realm. When the time comes, I'll return your freedom." The demonic dragon's muffled voice came. "I hope so." Holding the small golden sword, Xianxia asked, "What is this thing? And what's that spiritual energy?" "This small sword is the key to opening the Shumi divine palace," the demonic dragon said. "The power of spirit is a power that only the masters of the 10 worlds divine realm can possess. The principle they walk is no longer the martial Tao, but the divine Tao." "What? Divine Tao?" Yunxiao's heart trembled. He did not expect that there was still the existence of divine Tao above martial Tao. It was as if a door was slowly opening for him on the other side of the endless martial path. He was shocked for a long time before he said, "Isn't the Shumi divine palace already destroyed? This small sword is useless now. That's just a reflection of the divine palace." The demonic dragon snorted. "You must know that I'm just a mere guardian dragon spirit." "A reflection?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "That's right. Use your divine sense to look down at the sea of spiritual energy," the demonic dragon said. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly spread his divine sense into the sea. The sea of spirit chi was so deep that he was surprised. At a depth of nearly 1,000 meters, it was blocked by a force and could not go any further. "There it is." The dragon seemed to be able to read Yunxiao's mind as it said, "I haven't been to the real Meru temple, but there should be great opportunities inside. You two, come to my divine realm tablet," Yunxiao said to the two women. "This Meru divine hall is very strange. I'm afraid I can't take care of you." The two women knew that they would only be a burden if they followed, so they nodded and relaxed their minds. Yunxiao retracted his divine sense and entered Mount Meru. It was Ding Ling-er's first time going in, so she was naturally very surprised. But after Yunxiang's brief explanation, she understood. Yunxiao put away the purple shadow Qingsu sword, threw it into the sea, and swam downward. This seawater could be formed by the condensation of spirit qi, and it was an indescribable pleasure to swim in it. Spirit qi poured into his pores and was absorbed by his body and meridians at a crazy rate. "You brat. Wherever you go, a bunch of women follow you." The demonic dragon sighed and said sadly, "I don't know how many years it's been since I've touched a woman's hand." Yunxiao nearly fainted as he laughed and said, "It's a female dragon, right? Where can I find a female dragon in the realm of heavenly martial arts to satisfy you?" Yunxiao's words seemed to have touched the dragon's sore spot, and the dragon felt a burst of sadness. In the current heavenly martial realm, not to mention a true dragon, even an existence at the subdragon level like him would probably no longer exist. After a while, they finally reached the bottom of the sea. A divine palace that was exactly the same as the one that had collapsed on the surface of the sea was standing there. The ancient charm exuding from the hall made people want to worship it. Even Yunxiao felt his mind being shaken, and he hurriedly circulated the Great Expansion divine technique to resist it. As expected, once the divine art was used, the spiritual energy was activated, and the uncomfortable feeling immediately disappeared. "Demonic dragon, what's going on with Mount Meru? And who built the core hall?" Yunxiao looked at the few golden tadpole-like characters above the great hall. They were the few he knew, and they read, "Numi Palace on Mount Meru." The demonic dragon shook his head. "How would I know? There's a small golden hole in the soaring Heaven King Palace. You can just insert your small sword into it and you'll be able to enter. I don't know what's inside either. Maybe it's an opportunity, maybe it's a grave." "You've known me for a long time," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "What dangerous place have I not been to on the heavenly martial continent?" He laughed arrogantly, and a long, narrow, and brilliant staircase extended to the front of the palace. Yunxiao gently stepped on the stairs and went up. As expected, a small sword-shaped hole was in the center of the door, and all kinds of complicated lines were carved around it. densely covering the entire hall. Xianxia could not help but stab the small sword into it. A mighty force spread out, and soon the seawater was separated by it. The numinous sky hall gave off a very strong light, gradually opening up a vacuum, and the magnificent and ancient feeling was even more obvious. The door of the soaring Heaven King Palace opened with a loud bang, revealing a long passage of the main hall. Compared to the majestic magnificence, the passage was filled with a kind of deathly decay. What's going on? What a strong aura of death. Frowning, Xianxia stepped into the hall with his head held high. The ground was filled with corpses that led deep into the hall. Almost none of these skeletons were complete. It was obvious that they had died from a great impact. The mystic weapons scattered everywhere were also broken and scattered on the ground. Moreover, they were rusty and had long lost their weapon charm. You're right. This hall is actually a huge tomb. Xianxia looked at the bones carefully. They were as smooth as jade, and they had not decayed over the years. It was even harder than those mystic weapons. It was enough to show how powerful these skeletons were before they died. But they were still lying here like ants. This death chi makes me extremely uncomfortable. If you want to go in, you must be careful. It wasn't easy for you to reincarnate, so don't die again. The demonic dragon warned. Xianxia was about to step into it when he suddenly frowned. He pulled back his foot, and a few powerful auras came from behind him. Humph! Soaring Heaven King Palace. Someone finally opened it. 5 figures gradually emerged from the sea and walked into the sky. All of them had a greedy look on their faces. Xianxia's face flickered slightly, but he soon regained his composure and said indifferently, "You're from the 7 superpowers?" One of them was shocked and said, "I didn't expect you to have such good eyes. You can actually recognize our background?" The so-called 7 superpowers were the 7 supreme sects that stood above the rest of the realm of heavenly martial arts. They were Shenxiao Temple, Myriad Star Valley, Blade Sect, Soul-Devouring Sect, Beiming Dark Palace, Red Moon City, and Sky Ridge's Long Family. These 7 major sects had stood in the heavenly martial realm for tens of thousands of years, and it was said that their strength was no less than that of the divine capital of the Holy Region. On the surface, it was still under the control of the Holy Region, but in secret it often obeyed orders on the surface but disobeyed in secret, and the Holy Region could not do anything about it. The 5 of them were Lu Feng of the Soul-Devouring Sect, Lu Yongheng of the Blade Sect, Lin Mu of the 10,000 Stars Valley, Geng Qiu of the Beiming Dark Palace, and Deng Xianjue of the Red Moon City. The 7 superpowers already had detailed records of the soaring Heaven King Palace. The 5 of them had dived into the sea to cultivate early in the morning, waiting for someone with the key to open it. It would not be a loss if he could not wait. After all, this sea of spiritual energy was the most abundant place in the entire Mount Meru. However, what made the 5 of them ecstatic was that they actually managed to find someone with the secret key. Lu Yongheng's face revealed a trace of pride as he said, "Since you already know who we are, there's nothing else for you to do here. You can go." "I was too excited when I came down," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "I didn't even notice a few grasshoppers hiding here." He looked into the depths of the ocean and said, "The other 4 can come out as well. Luo Qingyun, Chao Yaxing, Qian Wudi, and who is this?" The sea water in the depths of the darkness rippled, and as expected, 4 people slowly walked out. The expressions of Lu Feng's group of 5 changed drastically. They actually had no idea that there were 4 people hiding. The first 2 people were Chao Yaxing, Luo Qingyun, and Qian Wudi. The third person slowly walked out and said with a smile, "I'm Su Qing. Lord Cloudsky truly lives up to his reputation." Lu Yongheng's expression changed slightly. "The 4 of you? Humph, you guys are quite famous among the younger generation in the realm of heavenly martial arts. You are qualified to enter the soaring Heaven King Palace with us." Chao Yaxing looked at him as if he was an idiot and said with contempt, "Who the hell are you 5? He was merely an insignificant ant among the 7 superpowers. I think the top existences of your 7 major sects wouldn't even bother to come to this Mount Meru. The spiritual mountains and rivers occupied by the 7 sects had spiritual energy that was not below that of Mount Meru. Only trash like you who can't get a good place will come to Mount Meru. The 5 of them immediately flew into a rage. Firstly, Xianxia had actually ridiculed them, and secondly, he had indeed hit their soft spot. They were so angry that smoke was rising from their bodies. What's wrong? You want to fight? Luo Qingyun sneered, took a step forward and said proudly, It's 3 of us against 5 of you. Come and try if you have the guts. Su Qing crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, We all want to get some benefits. It's not good to be so impulsive, right? However, if you guys are itching for a beating, I'd also like to move around. Qian Wudi's face was cold to the extreme. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them directly. His words made the 5 of them tremble with anger. They immediately adopted a cool stance and 5 rays of light rushed out at the same time. Various profound weapons were held in their hands, ready to be launched at the touch. Oh! Yunxiao suddenly laughed. When immortals fight, immortals suffer. You guys take your time sparring. I'm going in to take a look. He was about to step into the soaring Heaven King Palace. The 5 people from the 7 great sects had a huge change in their expressions. They hurriedly rushed in. Lu Feng muttered, I'll deal with you guys after we get out. Lord Cloudsky, please. Xianxia made an inviting gesture. He had recognized Yunxiao's strength, so he was very respectful. There's no hurry, Yunxiao said with a smile. Let them open the way first. The 7 superpowers are the leaders of the realm of heavenly martial arts, and their disciples should also set an example and lead the way. The 4 men frowned slightly. Yunxiao seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words, but they did not ask him directly, so they stood quietly in front of the door. The 5 of them quickly stepped on the bones and moved forward. Soon they would pass through the passage. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations spread out, and the bones on the ground seemed to come to life. They flew up from the ground and gathered in front of them. Not only the skeletons, but the rusty mystic weapons were also pulled by some kind of force and gathered together. A giant skeleton that had gathered all the skeletons stood up and blocked the path of the 5 of them. The rusty mystic weapons also gathered together to form a huge rusty sword. Holding it in his hand, he felt as if he could hold off an army of thousands. The 5 people's expressions changed and they quickly dispersed vigilantly. Lu Yongheng shouted, Don't be afraid. It's just a corpse. We'll just break him up and rush over. He took the lead and slashed out a sword chi. The sword chi was extremely fierce, and before the skeleton could even attack, it had directly cut through a huge rib bone, creating a huge hole. The surrounding bone banners were also shattered. The disciples of the Blade sect are indeed extraordinary, Yunxiao praised from behind. This sword strike is so powerful that ordinary martial grandmasters dare not block it at all. Luo Qingyun and the other 3 had a smile on their faces and a mocking expression. They thought Yunxiao was mocking Lu Yongheng when they heard that. In fact, the 7 superpowers were able to stand proudly on the heavenly martial continent. Their foundation was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if he was a disciple who couldn't make a living, he would still be an outstanding existence in other places on the mainland. After Lu Yongheng made his move, the other 4 people also used their ultimate moves. The skeleton giant just raised his hand and slashed down with his sword, and his entire body was pierced through and shattered on the ground again. The 5 men snorted coldly at Yunxiao and the others as if they were showing off their strength, then continued to run inside. We can go now, Yunxiao said with a smile. Let them lead the way. These 5 people probably suffered a lot of eye rolls in the sect, so they're showing off their presence everywhere after coming out. Ha ha ha! The other 4 people laughed at the same time and followed closely behind. After walking through the hall full of bones, they came out to a garden area of several acres, but all kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs had all turned to fossils and had no spiritual energy left. Even the soil was like a piece of iron plate, which could not be cut by a mystic weapon. This Taowu! Yunxiao's heart ached as he wailed. Heavens! These were all 9th-ranked treasures. Damn it! That god is so wasteful. The whole area was at least 3 to 4 mu, and it was all grade 9 spirit herbs. The few of them were stunned. This kind of extravagance made them feel an indescribable pressure as they looked at the fossils that had turned into stones. It was like winning a 5 million yuan prize and telling you that it had expired when you went to receive the prize. It would be worse than death. Yunxiao's face was so dark that water was about to drip out of it. He was the one who understood the value of these natural treasures the most among them. If he absorbed all these herbs, as long as he did not explode and die on the spot, he would be able to advance to a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm on the spot. The 5 people in front also stopped for a moment before continuing to run forward. Along the way there were petrified things. After passing through them, the light began to dim, as if they had walked into the night. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group stopped in front of a long bridge. There were a few ancient characters carved on the bridge that no one could read. Below them was the still black water. It was deathly still, giving people a creepy feeling, as if there was still something flowing in the water. Yunxiao tried to release his divine sense, but it was immediately cut off by a force. There was a restriction on the bridge that blocked divine sense. "Why don't you 5 go up?" Chao Yaxing looked at the bridge for a while and felt his hair stand on end, so he began to instigate the other 5. Linmu glanced at him and sneered, "Who do you think you are? You want us to clear the way for you? Whoever wants to cross this bridge will have to do it themselves." The 5 of them weren't stupid. This bridge and the black water under it were definitely not simple just from its aura. They wouldn't rashly do something they weren't confident in. "What do we do? This bridge was too strange and it blocked divine sense. If we go up, who knows what we'll encounter?" Luo Qingyun gave Yunxiao a look and said, "What do you think?" "You're right, brother," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Whoever likes it can do it themselves." Tisk! Everyone sneered disdainfully, thinking that he had some brilliant idea. The 5 people from the 7 major sects, in particular, were about to mock him when their pupils suddenly widened. They saw Yunxiao take a light step forward and walk straight up. The 9 of them were all shocked and stared at him without blinking, afraid to miss a single detail. They did not know where Yunxiao got the confidence to come to this place before them, as any carelessness could cost them their lives. "Kid, you're not afraid?" The demonic dragon was extremely surprised. If it was the Gu Feiyang of the past, he would naturally have nothing to fear with his heaven-defying strength. What's the use of being afraid? Everyone knew that there were dangers and oddities on the bridge, so no one dared to come up. When the time was up, he would be teleported out of Mount Meru. If he went out like this, he would probably never have the chance to come back in this life. "I must see what's in the soaring Heaven King Palace." Yunxiao's eyes flashed with determination as he strode forward. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rose from the water under the bridge, taking the shape of a huge monster that was about to swallow Yunxiao in an instant. "Spread out." He condensed the true qi in his palm and struck out with the great wind cloud palm. The 8 people outside the bridge all felt a slight breeze blowing, as if it had blown away most of the gloomy air. The cloud of black aura on the bridge was immediately dispersed by the palm, and it sank back into the water. Yunxiao walked forward, and the same situation happened a few more times along the way, but each time he easily split them apart with one move, as if there was no difficulty. However, the more it was like this, the more he had to be careful. Suddenly, a sound came from the black water. It sounded like a woman crying. A sense of frustration began to spread in his heart. "What's wrong?" The demonic dragon seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and asked hurriedly, "What?" Yunxiao's face flickered. "Did you hear a woman crying?" "Be careful." The demonic dragon was shocked. "That must be a spiritual attack." Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, "This spiritual attack is very special, can even affect my mind. I'm starting to have hallucinations. I'm in a busy city and I can't see my direction. How is this possible?" The demonic dragon asked in disbelief. "In the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, you are the best at spiritual attacks. If even you are affected, then wouldn't the others be sure to hit it?" Yunxiao saw that the downtown he was in was the capital of Tianshui. Although he tried to keep his bystander attitude, he was soon brought into such a real environment. "Bah! You piece of trash! Get lost. Lan Fei kicked him in the face, sending him flying into a corner. His head hit the wall and a lot of blood came out. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. They were all children of the kingdom's nobles, and all of them had cruel smiles on their faces. Yun Xiao felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He wiped it with his hand, and his palm immediately turned bright red. So real. Is this really an illusion? An illusion? Ha ha. Ha ha. Lan Fei was convulsing with laughter. Kid, you've been beaten silly. You actually said it was an illusion. Ha ha. Everyone, let's attack together and beat him into an idiot. A group of people laughed and rushed forward. Although these noble children were young, they all practiced martial arts and their fists were as hard as iron. Every time they hit his body, he felt a sharp pain. He gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, but his eyes were as bright as stars and filled with determination. After a while, Lan Fei shouted, "This kid's eyes are so annoying. Bring me a sword. I'm going to dig out his eyes." "Boss, this isn't good, is it?" "This kid is Duke Jinggua's grandson," Du Feng said uneasily. "It'll be hard to explain to the Lord if we dig out his eyes." "What are you afraid of?" Lan Fei shouted. "If the sky falls, I'll block it." "Sword." Yun Xiao's eyes were still wide open as he watched the bright sword coming at him, without the slightest fear. Zzzzzzzzz. Lan Fei stabbed the sword into Yun Xiao's left eye. The sword was too sharp, so it went through the back of his head. Ah! The surrounding people were so scared that they retreated. They had never seen such a scene before, and they all began to tremble. A sharp pain came from Yun Xiao's head, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. But his eyes were still wide open as he said, "What a powerful illusionary technique. It actually strikes directly at the heart. Only those with a strong heart and soul could come out. You failed not because you were too weak, but because I am not Li Yunxiao, but Gu Feiyang." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned into a demonic blood-red moon. Everything in front of him twisted in an instant. Lan Fei, the sword, the street all disappeared. He was back on the bridge. "Are you all right, Yunxiao?" The demon dragon asked anxiously. He had shouted several times just now, but Yunxiao did not respond. Now, he suddenly felt that his spirit had instantly withered, as if his spirit had suffered great damage. Yunxiao covered his left eye with his hand, covered in cold sweat. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. The illusions here attack one's soul directly and can't be avoided. Past. There shouldn't be any more danger ahead." He continued to stumble forward, and as expected, he crossed the bridge very quickly, and his figure was directly submerged in the night. The 8 people behind him were dumbfounded. Apart from the attack of the black mist, Yun Xiao stood still for a while, then staggered through the passage as if he had been injured. The group of people looked at it without thinking and did not seem to notice anything. Helplessly, they could only walk up one by one. Since Yun Xiao could pass through, they had no reason not to. After crossing the bridge, Yun Xiao rested for a while before he continued on. The area in front of them began to light up. It was a vast and boundless land. At the far end, there was an extremely small black dot that seemed to be a palace. "Is that the inner hall of Soaring Heaven King Palace?" Yun Xiao looked into the distance, sweeping the land with his divine sense, but he found nothing unusual. What the hell is this place? Even divine sense can't detect anything. Yun Xiao cursed and began to walk in. With one step, his face changed. A gravity array? Yun Xiao felt his body suddenly double in weight as he was tightly sucked into the earth. Gravity formation? The demonic dragon asked in surprise. "It's not a profound formation. What's the point of setting it up here?" Yun Xiao's face looked a little unsightly as he said, "But I didn't find any formation in the range of my divine sense." "What does this mean?" The demon dragon frowned. Yun Xiao exhaled and began to move forward with great difficulty. "This means that the gravity array here was formed spontaneously and not by an array." A glint flashed in his eyes and he said, "If I'm not wrong, there must be a piece of strange soil in this land. The so-called mutant soil was a variant of the earth element, just like the Blue Lotus earth fire, which was a variant of the fire element. They were all very powerful elements. After taking a few steps, Yunxiao's face changed again as he cried out in surprise. What kind of earth element is this? The gravity had actually started to stack up, and now it was 10 times stronger. With this speed, if he walked to the front of the inner hall, wouldn't he have to face 1,000,000 times the gravity? Who can withstand it? What should we do then? The demonic dragon asked in shock. Unless you have the cultivation of a martial supreme in the 8 desolation realm and can open up your own space of comprehension. No matter how strong your body is, you can't withstand it. Just as Yunxiao was about to say something, a few auras came from behind him. It was Chao Yaxing and a few others, but they did not see the shadow of Deng Xianting from Red Moon City. Su Qing's face was also very pale. He said with a bitter smile, "Brother Deng was careless and has already died." The faces of the other 4 men of the 7 superpowers turned even uglier. After crossing that illusionary bridge, each of them was on the line between life and death, but it had actually struck their souls. Fortunately, these people were all decisive and determined people, so most of them passed. "Li Yunxiao," Luo Qingyun said, "is there anything unusual about this flat land? Your expression doesn't seem right." The rest of the people also felt a chill in their hearts. There was no one in this damn place, but they could die at any time. "You'll know when you come up here," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Luo Qingyun's face was full of suspicion. He tried to take a step forward carefully, but a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Brother Luo, how is it?" Su Qing hurriedly asked. Luo Qingyun frowned and did not say a word. He sped up a few steps and reached a position parallel to Yunxiao. Suddenly, his expression changed as he said in horror, "How did this happen?" The other 6 people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, but they could only brace themselves and walk up. After that, all of them had the same expression of horror. According to the speed at which the gravity was stacking, they would be crushed to pieces before they could even reach the inner hall. Chao Yaxing's expression turned ugly. "I know what's going on." Everyone's eyes fell on him, and Yunxiao was surprised as well. Even he could not see anything wrong here, so it was strange that the other party knew. However, the realm of heavenly martial arts was so vast that all kinds of strange things emerged one after another. Even if he was once a martial sovereign, it was impossible for him to know everything. D2. Chao Yaxing gritted his teeth. On this piece of land, there must be a piece of soil that was growing. In my blood god palace, there's a piece of the living soil with the same effect. It's just not as strong as this. This soil must be quite big. What? Luo Qingyun's expression also changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "The mother of Earth's breathing earth that nurtures all living things." The rest of the people also felt a headache. This kind of thing had almost gone extinct on the heavenly martial continent. How could it appear in this damn place? "What's wrong, kid? What's wrong?" the dragon asked in confusion, as if he had sensed Yunxiao's surging emotions. Yunxiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "So it's the soil of the living. I must obtain such a rare earth treasure." His divine realm tablet still had 3 major territories waiting to be activated. If he could obtain the soil of the living earth, it would be enough to become the formation eye of his earth territory. That thing was known as the Mother Earth that gave birth to all living things. It was said that the world was originally in chaos. When the world was first created, there was no land. Instead, it was a trace of earth chi of the 5 elements that was born in the chaos, which gradually developed into the soil of the living earth, which then developed into the earth and formed the current heavenly martial continent. The value of such a heaven-born 5 elements treasure was not below that of the true phoenix fire. The rest of the people were also amazed. Although the breathing earth was precious, it didn't have much use for them. They were only worried about how to pass through this flat land. On the other hand, Chao Yaxing's eyes flickered with a strange light. It was obvious that he was also interested in the breathing earth. Meanwhile, Yunxiao began to plan in his heart. He didn't expect the Blood God Palace to have the soil of breath. If he couldn't get it here, he would go to the Blood God Palace and snatch it. Although the Blood God Palace was not as intimidating as the 7 superpowers, it was still an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, the cultivation techniques practiced by the people in the sect were extremely strange and evil. They all burned their blood as the price, and their power was extremely great. At least, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to go to the Blood God Palace to snatch the soil of breath in a short period of time. Lu Feng of the soul-devouring sect took a few more steps forward. His face was getting paler and paler as he said, "Does anyone have any good ideas? If this goes on, we can only waste time here, and no one will be able to reach the other side. The only way to break the gravity restriction is to find the soil of breath," Su Qing said. Everyone knew this, but the problem was how to find it. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng of the Soul Devourers said, "I do have an idea, but it will cost me one of my precious treasures." "What is it?" The rest of the people were staring at him. Lu Yongheng from the Blade sect frowned and said, "At this time, what treasure is there to care about? As long as we can enter the inner hall, what treasure can't we have?" Lu Feng seemed to be struggling as he said, "It's fine if you want me to waste this treasure, but when we enter the inner hall later, I must be the first one to choose a treasure." Everyone furrowed their brows, as if this was a little difficult to accept. Who knew what the treasure inside was like? But if there was only one treasure inside, he couldn't just let him pick it. So, there was no sound at all and they were all silent. "I know what everyone's thinking," Lu Feng said. "If there was only one treasure inside, they would naturally have to negotiate. However, if there are more than 5 treasures, I must first pick one." "Sure, but you'll have to break through the gravity here first. Otherwise, you can forget about it." Chao Yaxing snorted. The rest of the people also agreed. Only then did Lu Feng bend down and hold up his right arm. An animal's totem tattoo appeared on his arm. After he poured his true qi into it, the tattoo actually flowed down from his arm like water. When it fell to the ground, it immediately turned into a mouse and squeaked non-stop. "Gold-silver rat?" "No," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Something is different." Lu Feng looked at him in surprise and nodded. "You're quite knowledgeable. I'm an extremely special existence among the gold-silver rats, called the gold light rat. It was born with the ability to find and devour treasures. When it encountered a treasure, its body would shine with a golden light. The higher the level of the treasure, the brighter the golden light. Furthermore, it is not affected by the divine power of the treasure and can directly devour divine power. As expected, the moment the gold light rat landed on the ground, its entire body began to glow. After circling around a few times on the spot, he headed straight for the Myriad Star Valley's forest, the golden light on his body dazzling. Lin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a shocked expression in his heart. He hurriedly kicked out, "Brother Lin Mu, you must have an extraordinary treasure on you. My golden mouse will only emit such a light when it passes by the core disciples of the sect." Lu Feng smiled faintly. The Soul Devourer clan was one of the 7 superpowers, so it was easy to imagine that their core disciples would have many treasures on them. When the golden light rat saw the attack, it dodged it with great intelligence. It then charged toward Chao Yaxing, the light on its body growing even brighter. Lu Feng's expression changed. "Brother Chao's treasure is even more powerful," he said in surprise. "I've only seen such an intense light on a few times in my life. Moreover, I've only seen it on the elders of the sect." The rest of the people looked at Chao Yaxing in shock. A treasure that only an elder of the soul-devouring sect could possess. One could only imagine how heaven-defying it was. Chao Yaxing's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Hurry up and break the gravity. Do you believe I'll kill it with one palm?" The golden rat seemed to have sensed his killing intent and scurried away while squeaking. This time it actually ran toward Chen Wudi. Chen Wudi was already on guard. He released his aura from a distance, and the pressure of a martial grandmaster pushed the golden rat away, making it unable to get close. Brother Wudi is the eldest young master of the Money Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid the treasures on him will shock the world, right?" Su Qing said with a teasing expression. Qian Wudi snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The golden mouse was blocked by Qian Wudi, so it had no choice but to sway its body. But this time, it headed toward Yunxiao. The light on its body began to flicker gradually, becoming more dazzling than when it was close to Chao Yaxing. By the time it came to Yunxiao's side, one of the golden mice had become almost transparent, and all that could be seen was a ball of bright light that was like the sun, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. "What's going on?" Lu Feng turned pale with fright and said in horror, "I've never seen such a light even when the elders in the sect used the sect's saint weapons to cast the divine art of praying to heaven. You actually have a treasure that's even more powerful than my sect's saint artifact." For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yunxiao, and all kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Chao Yaxing's face was even more shocked. The treasure in his arms was already considered an extremely powerful existence, but compared to Yunxiao's, it was like a fluorescent light competing with the sun and the moon. Yunxiao smiled wryly. He did not expect the golden mouse to be so magical. It seemed that he would have to raise one if he had the chance. When the time came, he would snatch it from whoever had the stronger treasure. Lu Feng placed 2 fingers in his mouth and squeaked as well. It seemed like he was communicating with the golden mouse. The golden mouse squeaked a few times, then began to walk toward the inner hall. As soon as it left Yunxiao, the light on its body dimmed and gradually returned to its original state. Lin Mu of the Myriad Star Valley revealed a strange expression and coldly said, "It seems that we don't have to go to the inner hall to look for treasure. I think we can just rob this Li Yunxiao and we'll be done." The expressions of the other people were all different. The eyes of the 7 great sects flickered as they pondered. On the other hand, Chao Yaxing's face was indifferent, as if he had not heard anything. Su Qing, on the other hand, revealed a meaningful smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Luo Qingyun, on the other hand, sneered. Qian Wudi was even more expressionless. Yunxiao's face was calm, and he looked a little lazy, as if he did not care about Lin Mu's words. His eyes were always on the golden mouse, watching it gradually move forward. The speed of the golden rat's advance became slower and slower. A ball of yellow light appeared in its small mouth, and it was constantly moving as if it was devouring something. Everyone watched patiently. Soon, the golden mouse started to bite into the ground, and its body directly burrowed into the ground. They must have found it and started devouring it. Lu Feng was overjoyed. After a few breaths, the golden mouse came out from another place. To everyone's astonishment, its body had grown twice its original size. "Brother Lu, what's going on?" Lin Mu asked with a frown. After the golden rat emerged, it walked on the ground for a while before starting to dig again. A moment later, when it came out from another hole, its body had grown once again. Lu Feng was also a little confused. He said in shock, "This swan Ni's body grew in size because it devoured the divine power of the soil of breath. But I've never seen anyone go back and forth like this. Could it be because the soil of breath is spreading out in large amounts, so he's trying to find it and swallow it bit by bit?" Su Qing asked. "Right, that must be it." Lu Feng clenched his fist as he came to a sudden realization. Brother Su is right. That's impossible. The swelling earth is the most sticky substance in the world. It's impossible for it to disperse. If 2 pieces of breathing earth are together, they will definitely stick together and cannot be separated without a strong force. Lu Feng was once again stunned by the last word he had on the breathing earth. As he looked at the golden rat that was continuously drilling in and out of the ground, as well as its growing size, a bad feeling lingered in his heart. Yunxiao stared at it for a while before he suddenly said, "I understand now that piece of soil of breath is not here. What does Lord Cloud Sky mean?" Su Qing asked hurriedly. He knew that Yunxiao was not a simple man, and he would never speak without thinking. "You don't know shit," Lu Feng said sarcastically. "If he's not here, then what did my silverlight mouse swallow? And what's with the gravity domain here?" Chao Yaxing's heart skipped a beat. "Brother Li, do you mean that the living soil is hidden in the void and this is only the divine power he exudes?" "You can say that," Yunxiao said. The golden rat is drilling here and there because it can't find the soil of breath. However, I don't think it's in the void. He pointed and said, the soil of breath should be in the inner hall. Someone had used a conversion array to transfer the divine power to this empty space. As long as we can enter the inner hall and keep the soil of breath, the gravity domain will naturally disappear. Ha ha ha. If I could enter the inner hall, would I still need to worry about breaking this gravity domain? Lin Mu laughed out loud and said teasingly. The rest of the people also sneered. It was as if the key was locked in the door, and as long as they went in and took out the key, they could open the door. This was simply nonsense. Then please, Lord Yunxiao, think of a way to enter and collect the breathing earth, Luo Qingyun said, also feeling speechless. Ah! My gold light rat! Lu Feng beat his chest and stomped his feet in pain. What made him feel even more pained was that he could not even break the gravity domain after losing such a precious treasure. In that case, his promise to pick a treasure first would naturally be void. The rest of the people looked at him gloatingly, feeling very comfortable in their hearts. However, after a while, he began to frown again. If the gravity domain was not broken, he would have made a wasted trip. Yunxiao smiled and said, I also have a treasure. It seems to be able to solve this problem. If it's opened, I'll also pick one of the treasures inside first. What do you all think? Of course. Luo Qingyun was overjoyed. He knew Yunxiao's character well, and he would never have spoken so easily if he was not confident. Yunxiao took out a red crystal, which was dazzling under his eyes, and the sound of a heartbeat seemed to be coming from it. This is a Xianxia. The people around him were so shocked that they subconsciously took a few steps back. The demonic qi coming from the stone actually made them tremble in fear, and all of them became extremely vigilant. Isn't this little Shi's heart? How did you capture me? The demonic dragon was also very surprised. A small stone? Hee. Yunxiao laughed. That's a good name. He pointed with his index finger, and a few golden tadpole-like characters were imprinted into the crystal. Bang bang! The beating of his heart became more intense, as if it was resisting something. His demonic power surged out, and the pressure was like a mountain. The people around him took a few steps back. Yunxiao, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face as he continued to perform his incantation gestures. Soon, the heart gradually calmed down and returned to normal, and all the demonic aura was retracted. The demonic dragon was overjoyed and said, Little Shi's strength is extraordinary. It's the king of the stone beasts, and it has great evolutionary potential. Now that he's been subdued by you, he'll be a great help to you before you recover your strength. Yunxiao gently threw the stone beast's heart, which had calmed down, to the ground. As if he felt some kind of power, his heart suddenly became excited. Bang bang! The throbbing was even more intense than before, but this throbbing did not contain a strong sense of resistance like before. Instead, it was filled with joy and excitement. His demonic energy surged again, and the earth seemed to be shaking with his heartbeat. What's going on? Li Yunxiao. Lu Feng was shocked. What did you throw out? Luo Qingyun's expression also changed slightly. It should be the heart of some kind of demonic beast. What a strong and surging demonic power. It should be at least at the martial emperor realm. The heart of a demonic beast at the martial emperor realm. Everyone's pupils constricted. Yunxiao did have a lot of treasures. He's summoning the earth elemental. The demon dragon shouted. But the ground here is too hard. He can't summon it. Yunxiao's pupils narrowed slightly as he smiled and said, If that's the case, then I'll give him a hand. With a flash of light, the purple shadow Qing Sua sword appeared in his hand. It emitted a powerful weapon rhythm that was even stronger than the demonic power of the heart. What kind of treasure is this? The 4 people from the 7 great sects were once again shocked. No wonder the golden rat had become almost transparent on his body, and each item was more powerful than the last. Luo Qingyun and Chao Yaxing's hearts trembled. This purple shadow Qing Sua sword was taken from Lu Qingcheng and Zhan Fan, and the 2 of them had spent a lot of effort to achieve the dual sword combination, and the compatibility was extremely low. But now, in Yunxiao's hands, it seemed to be a whole entity, without the slightest sense of incompatibility. Sword Art Dawn Light. Yunxiao raised the purple Shadow Qing Sua sword and gently slashed it down as if he was casually waving it. A purple sword beam gently streaked across the sky, flickering like a star that had emerged in the sky. The entire earth cracked under the sword, and a huge crack appeared under everyone's feet. A large amount of gravel and dust rose into the sky. Everyone was shocked by the power of the sword, but Luo Qingyun and the others looked fine. After all, they had seen Yunxiao's attack. Lu Feng and the other three were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. This Lao AI, is this the strength that a martial king should have? Boom, boom, boom. The stone beast's heart was beating happily. A large number of stones gathered towards it and kept compressing around the heart, forming a new body. The whole process only took a few breaths, and a brand new body was formed. It was only 2 meters tall, but Yunxiao felt that it was much stronger than the mountain-like body he had before. The earth here has absorbed the aura of the breathing earth for who knows how many years. It is no longer ordinary soil. This time, Little Shi's misfortune turned into a blessing. When he completely absorbs the qi of the breathing earth, it won't be a problem for him to advance to the 9 heavens realm. The demonic dragon felt emotional and was happy for him. After the stone beast finished its reconstruction, it strode toward the inner palace. The gravity domain of the soil of breath was also effective on him, but it was a positive energy that kept compressing his body. From more than 2 meters, he had lost half of his body. Soon, a large number of stones filled up the gap and compressed again. This repeated, it was like a kind of cultivation that was reborn, making his body constantly pure. By the time he reached the inner hall, his body had once again returned to a height of more than 2 meters, but he was much stronger than before. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they were all surprised and overjoyed. He was happy that someone had finally passed. As long as he collected the breathing earth, he would be able to pass. They were shocked by such a powerful demon beast. If it listened to Yunxiao's command, all of them would not be its opponent even if they joined forces. Just as the group of people were feeling uneasy, the stone beast smashed the door of the inner hall with a punch and walked in directly. A moment later, everyone felt their bodies become light. The domain had indeed disappeared. One by one, they were overjoyed and hurriedly ran towards the inner hall, afraid that someone else would get there first. This is a Xianxia. As soon as everyone entered the inner hall, they all revealed shocked expressions. The inner hall was actually shining with light, and several extraordinary treasures were rotating around the hall. The fluctuations emitted from each one of them made people's hearts palpitate. There were a total of 5 treasure sword, bell, spear, mirror, and banner. They were placed in the 4 corners and the center of the hall. Under the central sword, a purple cauldron was emitting a strong fragrance that filled the entire hall. On the ground around the purple cauldron, all kinds of golden patterns spread out, and there was a constant flow of light. It seemed to be an extremely large array. As for the stone beast that had entered earlier, it was lying motionless on the purple cauldron. Its appearance was very clumsy and funny, as if it was being sucked in by something and could not move at all. Gulp! Luo Qingyun swallowed and said in shock, This is a formation." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the inner hall of the Shumi Divine Palace to be just an array. Furthermore, the thing that was maintaining this array was actually a 5th-tier and 9th-tier profound armament. A fanatical look immediately appeared in their eyes as they stared at the 5 floating treasures. They were all so excited that they found it difficult to hold on. From the ancient taste and the fluctuations of the weapon's rhythm, this was definitely a 9th-tier profound armament without a doubt. There were 5 9th-tier mystic artifacts at once. Even on the entire heavenly martial continent, they were rare existences. Even a 9 heavens martial emperor might not be able to possess it. If any 9th-tier profound armament appeared on the continent, it would stir up a storm of blood. At this moment, there were 5 of them in front of everyone. All of a sudden, they were all restless and excited. "Stop!" Yunxiao suddenly shouted. Don't forget that I'll pick first. Everyone's heart suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable anger welled up in their hearts. They all stared at him. There were a total of 5 pieces of 9th-tier profound armaments, but there were 9 people present. What a joke! There's a total of 5 profound armaments, so don't even think about getting them first. Lu Feng was the first to object. Chao Yaxing's face was also cold as he said, "If there's a total of 9, you should go first." This time, Luo Qingyun also stood on the opposing side and became vigilant. If a fight were to break out later, it would definitely be earth-shattering and the entire inner hall would be destroyed. He had already made preparations to snatch the treasure at the first moment. Su Qing also calmed down. He said, "That's right. 5 profound level weapons and 9 people. This is interesting." Yun Xiao stared ahead, his eyes flashing. "You guys can take these 5 profound level weapons. I don't want them." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Luo Qingyun said in surprise, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Yun Xiao said indifferently. "What I want is this purple cauldron." He pointed ahead. Their pupils shrank and they looked at the cauldron. They were so focused on the 5 profound level weapons that they had forgotten about the purple cauldron. It seemed that the 5 treasures were most likely refined by this cauldron, and their value was definitely higher than the other 5 items. "No! This purple cauldron is obviously extraordinary. How can you take it just like that?" Lu Feng was the first to object. "This is also considered a profound level weapon. 6 pieces and 9 people will split it. We must come up with a solution." "Not bad." Chao Yaxing's eyes lit up as well. "Looking at the stone beast, it's not moving at all. It's very likely that the swelling earth is inside the purple cauldron. Demon slaying. Die." Yun Xiao cried out as his aura turned cold and his killing intent surged out. Without saying a word, he unsheathed the purple Shadow Qing Sua sword in his hand and slashed down. A dragon's shadow whistled through the air, like a group of demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, while a sword beam swept across the sky and smashed down. Luo Qingyun, Chao Yaxing, and Xian Wudi's pupils contracted, and they were so shocked that they felt a chill run down their spines. They had just experienced this sword attack not long ago, and it was the demon slayer that the dragon soul had unleashed. And the dragon formed by the sword chi in the air was the demonic dragon from earlier. How was that possible? The two of them had a buzzing sound in their heads at the same time. Did he subdue the demonic dragon and turn it into his sword spirit? This guess was like a bomb, blasting their minds blank. Not to mention how he had tamed the demonic dragon. It was a 9th-rank existence. With the 9th-rank purple Shadow Qing Sua sword and Gu Feiyang's demon-slaying sword, who could rival him? Lu Feng instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body turned icy cold. Under the sword aura, he could clearly sense the arrival of death. Unwilling to just wait for death, he suddenly roared and exerted all his strength to the peak. A golden staff appeared in his palm and blocked the sword light. Boom! The momentum of Yun Xiao's sword was unparalleled. Although Yun Xiao only had the strength of a 1-star martial king, he had a profound level weapon and a sword spirit in his hand. In fact, Lu Feng, a mere martial grandmaster, could easily block the attack of a demon slayer. In an instant, he was sent flying more than 100 meters away, and his body was reduced to ashes by the sword light. The remaining 3 men from the 7 major sects felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly drew out their weapons and formed a triangular formation, staring at Yun Xiao with livid faces, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. No matter how well prepared they did not expect Yun Xiao to be so powerful that he could kill Lu Feng with 1 sword strike. Their strength was on par with Lu Feng's. Even if they were to join forces, their hearts were still hanging in midair, and they were completely uncertain. At this moment, the inner hall collapsed and the entire cauldron fell to the ground. The 5 profound level weapons were still floating above the main hall, as if they were not affected at all. However, everyone's thoughts were all retracted. Everyone was in danger and didn't have the mood to care. Yun Xiao casually put away his sword and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. Just now that fellow said that there were too many people and too little porridge. I just wanted to reduce the number of people. It's great now. 6 treasures for 8 people. It's easier to split it than before. He glanced at everyone and said coldly, I want this purple cauldron now. Does anyone have any objections? I have no objections, Luo Qingyun replied in a deep voice. Since that's the case, I'll take this spear. Before anyone could react, he had already stepped over and grabbed the spear on the cauldron. A beam of light shot out from the cauldron and blocked Luo Qingyun's body. Demonic chi shot out from his eyes. At this moment, his body underwent a demonic change. The nails on his 5 fingers became extremely sharp. He punched out in the void and immediately pushed back the light. He took the opportunity to withdraw and firmly grabbed the long spear, then hurriedly retreated. The long spear let out a series of cries and struggled in Luo Qingyun's hand, trying to escape. Artifact spirit. Everyone was shocked. It was actually a profound level weapon with a weapon spirit. For a profound level weapon to give birth to a weapon spirit, it had to be at least an 8th grade existence. Looking at the ancient weapon rhythm emitted by the spear, it was confirmed to be a 9th tier weapon without a doubt. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. You want to leave? Humph. Luo Qingyun's cold and arrogant eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. His entire body completely transformed into a demon, and all his strength poured into it to suppress the weapon spirit in the spear. There's actually a dragon bloodline? The demonic dragon exclaimed. He could also feel the power of the blood, but it was too impure. He said, Don't tell me that the dragon blood in your body was taken from him? There are too few people with dragon blood, Yunxiao said with a smile. In the future, you'll have to rely on his blood to build your body. The demonic dragon fell silent upon hearing this, as if he was deep in thought. At this moment, the spear in Luo Qingyun's hand finally quieted down after a violent struggle, as if it had submitted to his demonic power. Luo Qingyun hurriedly sat down cross-legged and imprinted his spiritual sense on it, then took it back into his body and began to refine it. The remaining 5 people all stared at the 4 treasures and paid attention to the other people's every move, afraid that someone else would try to snatch them. At this moment, there was only a sword, an armor, a mirror, and a large bell that were still spinning non-stop, emitting a threatening spiritual aura. Chao Yaxing crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, If you want to seize the treasure, you have to rely on your own strength. I have no problem with Yunxiao taking the cauldron, and I have no problem with Luo Qingyun taking the spear. If any one of you 5 wants to take it, I'll have a problem with it. What? Su Qing frowned and said, You mean the next one who's qualified to take the item will be you? A hint of pride flashed across Chao Yaxing's eyes as he said coldly, Naturally. If you're not convinced, you can come up and try. Qian Wudi's face turned cold as he laughed. Interesting. I'm very interested in tasting Brother Chao's blood ignition art. The 2 of them sandwiched Chao Yaxing in the middle, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Humph. The 3 of us are not convinced either. Lu Yongheng sneered and said, In terms of sex, your blood god palace is nothing. In terms of strength, the 3 of us really want to try. You 3 want to fight me together? Chao Yaxing mocked. Lu Yongheng sneered. Why? Are you afraid? This isn't a one-on-one fight. Without you, it'll be easier for the 5 of us to split the rest. What do you all think? Lin Mu and Gung Qiu both nodded happily. Although the 7 major sects didn't see eye to eye with each other, they still had a sense of superiority when they faced external enemies together. Su Qing frowned and laughed. I would like to, too. However, Chao Yaxing's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that he might kill me instead. Qian Wudi laughed. Working together with you pieces of trash. What a joke. Lu Yongheng sneered. If that's the case, then you can just watch from the side. However, I'm afraid it's not that easy to take advantage of the situation. He had already made up his mind to kill Su Qing and Qian Wudi after he had dealt with Chao Yaxing. This way, the 3 of them could still share one more treasure. Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? Chao Yaxing suddenly let out an angry roar. He raised his hand and a red light shot toward the array. He saw Yunxiao standing in a corner, and with a few incantations, He put away the bell-shaped mystic artifact. The light in the hall immediately dimmed again, and the operating array seemed to be affected, becoming somewhat dazed. Yunxiao laughed and dodged Chao Yaxing's attack with a few flashes in the air, then went straight for another profound level weapon, the armor. Whoever has the time to share it with you will get it. He laughed. He was furious. The other 6 people were all furious and no longer bothered to attack, rushing to be the first to rush into the formation. 3 of the 5 profound level weapons were left, and Yunxiao had already caught the armor and began to refine it. Chao Yaxing instantly turned into a ray of blood-red light and rushed toward the sword at an extremely fast speed. Just like Luo Qingyun, he was met with some resistance, but he was already mentally prepared. With a slash of his blood-red blade, he held the sword in his hand and put it away. The other 5 were very anxious and rushed towards the purple cauldron and the mirror in the center. Qian Wudi threw out a gold coin, which expanded in the air and was about to cover the treasure realm. Su Qing's face was serious. He stepped on the ground, leaving a few afterimages in the air. He threw a punch at the gold coin, which immediately shook it away. Then he opened his big hand and grabbed the mirror. Humph! You're looking for death. Qian Wudi's palms glowed brightly, and the 2 fist shadows spread out in the air before suddenly merging into one, pressing down on Su Qing like a mountain. Su Qing's expression turned serious, and a jade ruler appeared in his hand. He dodged it with a threatening chill, grabbed it in his hand, and struck at the fist shadow. Tens of thousands of ruler shadows flashed around the mirror, seemingly endless, overlapping layer by layer. Lu Yongheng and the other 2 were shocked. They had intended to join in the fight for the mirror, but they saw the overwhelming shadow of the ruler falling. Each shadow seemed real and carried a bone-chilling coldness, which made them tremble with fear. They hurriedly changed their direction and went to the purple cauldron. The stone beast's huge body was still clumsily lying on the purple cauldron, motionless, as if it were dead. In the beginning, the 3 of them were still very apprehensive, but they had no other choice. They could only take the purple cauldron, so they could only brace themselves and charge forward. Woof! This is Ing Luo. The 3 of them were shocked to see the head of the stone beast buried in the purple cauldron, almost covering the lower half of the space. Its slightly raised face was full of pain. It opened its mouth wide, and a dark yellow object was contained in it. It emitted a heavy ancient charm that made its whole body tremble. Breathing earth! Lu Yongheng cried out involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with greed. It turned out that the stone beast had followed the aura of the breathing earth and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. In the end, it was fixed in place by the breathing earth and lay on the purple cauldron in extreme pain. The value of the soil of breath was so great that it was even above that of a 9th-tier profound armament. His shout immediately attracted the attention of Luo Qingyun and the other 2. They also rushed over at the first moment. Qian Wudi and Su Qing were locked in a fierce battle above the purple cauldron. Although they were also shocked, they couldn't separate their hands. Lin Mu and Geng Qiu didn't say a word and grabbed into the stone beast's mouth. Suddenly, a beam of light bloomed from the stone beast's mouth. The soil of breath became extremely bright and the light shot in all directions, completely covering the weakening light of the formation in the entire hall. Everyone felt a vast ancient charm, like the virtue and stability of the earth, fluctuating in all directions. As the radiance of the breathing earth shot out, the entire hall became a mess. Everyone felt as if they were being suppressed by a huge force. They could not move at all. It was as if their hearts had stopped beating at this moment. The whole world had stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dissipated, as if the energy of countless years had been greatly released at this moment. The entire hall returned to its calm. What happened just now? Everyone was filled with questions as they stared at the purple cauldron. The first to react was Su Qing. He took advantage of Qian Wudi's distraction to quickly grab the mirror and put it into his own pocket. Fuck you. Qian Wudi was shocked. He looked at the smiling Su Qing and rushed up in anger. They started fighting again. Lu Yongheng and the other 2 regained their senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the soil of breath. At this time, The stone beast lying on the purple cauldron suddenly bit down, and a wave of demonic chi spread out from its body, blocking the hand gestures of the three people. The soil of breath was swallowed into his stomach. Ah! The three of them were instantly dumbfounded, and Luo Qingyun and Chao Yaxing, who had rushed over, were also completely stunned. They looked at the extremely demonic stone beast, not knowing what to do. After a brief pause, Yun Xiao burst into laughter and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. I'll be taking the soil of breath. If that's the case, then this purple cauldron is mine." A cold glint flashed across Chao Yaxing's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a blood flag suddenly appeared in his hand and shot across the sky. The entire heaven and earth turned blood red and enveloped the purple cauldron, the stone beast, and Lu Yongheng. Just as Lu Yongheng and the other two were about to take the cauldron, they suddenly saw a blood light soaring into the sky. They felt a large amount of resentment and a sea of blood gushing out from the blood flag, which besieged the three of them in an instant. They were immediately shocked and said, "Not good. This is such a vicious creature. Everyone, let's work together to break it." Lu Yongheng roared and pulled out his long sword, slashing at the blood light around him. The sword light turned into thousands of rays and immediately cut open a passage in the surroundings, preventing the resentment and blood sea from invading. Lin Mu held a millstone in his hand, which transformed into a small mountain in the air. Its awe-inspiring might shook away the surrounding sea of blood, and it blasted towards the battle flag. Gung Qiu's palms continued to strike out, and streams of Xian cold qi lowered the surrounding temperature, freezing the space. The power of his fist condensed into a huge fist shadow, which was thrown towards Chao Yaxing. The three of them were all from super forces. Although they usually had their eyes on the top of their heads, their skills were still extraordinary. With their combined forces, they were able to suppress Chao Yaxing and gain the upper hand in an instant. Grand Blood Incantation. A sea of blood. Chao Yaxing's face stiffened, and his body turned red again. He turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the blood flag. Gung Qiu's ice-cold fist shadow was shattered by the blood qi, and the sea of blood around him began to boil and surge toward him. At this moment he turned into a huge blood god. With a flip of his palm, the clouds surged and rumbled as they covered Lu Yongheng. Not good. The sword has transformed into 10,000 daos. Lu Yongheng gritted his teeth and his sword qi soared to the sky, trying to break the huge blood god's palm print. Boom! Under the impact of the two forces, Lu Yongheng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He was already seriously injured. Luo Qingyun sneered. His figure shuttled through the blood flags and arrived in front of the purple cauldron first. His palm was like a millstone as he grabbed the purple cauldron. After putting away the armor, Yun Xiao stepped over in the air and shouted, "Little stone, kill him!" When the stone beast received his order, its dark eyes instantly burst with killing intent, and it threw a punch at Luo Qingyun. However, his entire body was not in a good state. It seemed that after swallowing the breathing earth, he was gradually losing strength. Although he was a martial monarch powerhouse, his punch did not seem to have much strength. Even so, Luo Qingyun still dodged in horror. Even with his true dragon avatar, he did not dare to take a punch from a martial emperor. Taking the opportunity, Yun Xiao took a few steps forward and landed on the purple cauldron. A few tadpole-like characters flickered in his hand. Then he pressed them down on the cauldron. "You've already obtained 2, and there's still the soil of breath. You're still greedy and want to snatch it. Damn it!" Chao Yaxing went crazy. He waved the blood flag in his hand and threw it at Yun Xiao. The millions of blood beams and countless grievances in the flag whistled down, as if they were going to turn the hall into hell. Yun Xiao seemed to turn a deaf ear to the attack. Instead, his pupils suddenly opened as he looked into the purple cauldron, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, and his face turned horrified. The stone beast raised its head weakly and looked at the blood flag falling down. It roared with all its strength and raised its fist to smash it. His huge body also jumped up and stood in front of Yun Xiao. Boom! When the sea of blood hit the stone beast, the martial emperor demonic beast was instantly smashed into pieces. Its body broke into pieces and fell to the ground. A large number of stones were struggling to gather on the ground, trying to form a human figure again, but it gave people a feeling that it was beyond their power. They could only form a pile of stones and slowly moved toward Yunxiao. Xianxia was taken aback as well. He did not expect that he could disperse a demon beast at the level of a martial emperor with one strike, which surprised him greatly. But soon, he raised the battle flag again, and the sea of blood surged toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao still paid no attention to what was going on around him, but kept his eyes fixed on the cauldron. The cauldron began to emit beams of light that shot out in all directions, and one after another, obscure golden tadpole-like characters kept flashing and transforming, as if narrating a past. The sea of blood surged up in an instant, forming a terrifying face that opened its mouth and swallowed Yunxiao. All of a sudden, the purple cauldron began to exude an ancient aura, and the light suddenly intensified. Just like the breathing earth, the light began to spread in all directions. The light seemed to be extremely holy. Wherever it passed, all the filth was purified, giving people a warm and holy aura. Xianxia's blood sea was the nemesis of this aura, and it was instantly purified by the light. The entire blood god flag was greatly damaged, and it even showed signs of dissipating. He was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hand to call it back. As soon as he touched it, he felt that the blood chi had been reduced to a frightening extent. He stomped his feet in distress. In the distance, Lu Yongheng, who had been shaken off by Xianxia's blood sea, was stained with filthy blood. He was struggling to use his genuine qi to resist it, but under the illumination of the light, it was completely purified. He felt that his injuries had recovered by more than half in an instant. What is this light? Everyone was shocked. Even Chen Wudi and Su Qing stopped fighting. They were standing a distance away from each other, watching each other vigilantly, but they were both shocked by the purple cauldron. Finally, the light became weaker and weaker, just like the breathing earth. It slowly dimmed and finally dissipated. At the end of the holy light, a wisp of black qi gradually emerged and gathered above the purple cauldron. Yunxiao's face turned pale as he stared at the black mist. He swallowed with difficulty and said in a daze, "We're done for, we're in big trouble." The others frowned and looked at him in confusion. Yunxiao gently patted the cauldron, and the entire cauldron was lifted up by him. With a few flickers of his hand, it was directly put into his glabella. "You took 3 treasures and the breathing earth by yourself. You've really gotten into big trouble," Xianxia said angrily. "If you don't spit out 2 items today, don't even think about leaving the inner hall." The other people also quickly surrounded him. This was especially so for Chen Wudi and the 3 people from the 7 superpowers who didn't even get a single treasure. Their faces were all ashen and extremely cold. Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked up at the black mist, which was still rolling in the air, with a bitter expression on his face. "Do you know what this is?" Luo Qingyun frowned and said, "Isn't it just a ball of black qi? But it feels quite evil and doesn't seem simple." The other people also noticed the strangeness of the black qi and frowned, observing it themselves. "Runes kept flashing in the cauldron just now," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I only understood part of the content. It meant that the Shumi Divine Palace was originally built to suppress this cloud of black gas. The 5 ninth tier profound armaments and the swelling earth that we took away were the core of the formation. This ball of black qi, on the cauldron text, is called a demon." This time, everyone's expression changed greatly. They had actually used the entire palace, along with 5 pieces of 9th tier profound armaments, as well as the precious living earth to suppress the object. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. What? Su Qing was shocked. This kind of formation, could it be suppressing the experts of the 10 Directions divine realm? Xianxia's face turned ugly as he stared at the black ball and said, "This Shumi Divine Palace has existed for tens of thousands of years. Even if it was suppressing an immortal state expert, he would have been turned to dust long ago. Now all that's left is this mysterious black qi. He's probably already dead, and only a ball of energy is left. This statement was acknowledged by everyone. Although the 10 Directions divine realm had long disappeared from the heavenly martial continent, there were still many divine realm experts recorded in the history books over the years. However, who could resist the erosion of time and remain immortal? Xianxia's face was still unsightly as he shook his head and said, "You're all thinking too simply. I've encountered this black qi a few times. It seems to be a different kind of energy from a martial artist's Jin qi. Some are pure energy, while some seem to have spirituality." Xianxia did not dare to say too much. At the moment, there was a wisp of black gas sealed in a jade box on his body. It was very tiny, and it was extracted from the quota crystal. Moreover, his death in the Tiandang Mountains was also related to this black energy. He had a vague feeling that he was gradually uncovering a very dangerous secret, and the Shumi Divine Palace's suppression formation that he had broken today might have already caused a great disaster. Spirituality? Humph! Lu Yongheng sneered and said coldly, "This is clearly a body of pure energy. How can it have spirituality? You've collected 4 treasures by yourself. Don't even think about changing the topic." Lin Mu and Geng Qiu also stood firmly behind Lu Yongheng, staring coldly at Xianxia. At this moment, the black qi in the air suddenly condensed into the shape of an arm, which became clearer and clearer. "What's going on with this Ing Luo?" Everyone was taken aback. The arm condensed from the black gas suddenly shot down toward Xianxia at a speed that was so fast that it reached him in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was very wary of this thing, so he had been keeping an eye on it. With his true energy surging, he threw out a great wind and cloud palm. The wind and clouds in his palm suddenly rose, and the light shone brightly. "Within the 8 directions, the wind and clouds are up to me." The black arm was blocked by the power of wind and cloud. It changed its direction with a whoosh and shot toward Lu Yongheng, who was the closest to him. "Ah!" Lu Yongheng let out a miserable cry. The arm formed by the black gas rushed into his chest and disappeared. However, there were no injuries on his body. His face became extremely painful, but it quickly became calm. The aura of a martial arts grandmaster gradually extinguished and he returned to the state of an ordinary person. Swish! This time, everyone's face turned pale and they retreated. Especially Lin Mu and Geng Qiu, who were the closest behind Lu Yongheng. They jumped more than 10 meters away with a whoosh and watched from afar, their faces full of shock and fear. Xianxia's face had never looked so serious as he suddenly cried out, "It's still alive! Everyone, let's work together and suppress this thing again. Otherwise, we'll all be finished." He knew how terrifying this thing was. A golden light flew out of his hand and spun in the air. It formed a simple array and flew over, trapping Lu Yongheng. However, the moment the golden light touched Lu Yongheng's body, it dissipated into specks of fluorescent light and dissipated in the air. All of a sudden, Lu Yongheng's right hand turned pitch black, as if there was a ball of black air floating in it. The aura on his body also began to change. His aura spread out, giving people a sense of oppression. Could it be that he has possessed someone else's body? Luo Qingyun asked in horror. Lin Mu and Geng Qiu were both shocked. They looked at each other and said, "You guys took all the treasures, so what does this have to do with us? This grandpa won't keep you company." The two of them immediately turned into a ray of light and headed out of the hall. It was obviously impossible to get any more benefits at this moment, so there was no need to stay in this dangerous and strange place. Bang! Suddenly, a huge tremor came from above the entire hall. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The door of the inner hall closed with a loud bang. Lin Mu and Geng Qiu were directly locked inside, unable to go out. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Lu Yongheng's clenching of his right fist had produced such a huge fluctuation. His expression and eyes began to gradually become strange. His eyes, in particular, began to turn light blue. As expected, "It's a devil." The demonic dragon transmitted a message with a very serious tone. "I just don't know how strong this devil is. If I can't suppress it, it's better to leave quickly." The serious look on Xianxia's face did not fade. He observed carefully and said, Judging from his aura, he's only at the level of a martial king. However, it gives off an indescribable sense of pressure. Brother Yongheng, we both belong to the 7 great powers and have always been on good terms. Please let Brother Gung and I go, Lin Mu said loudly at the entrance of the great hall. He shouted several times, but Lu Yongheng was still expressionless. He clenched his right hand tightly, and the black gas on it kept surging, as if he had not adapted to his body. Qian Wudi's expression was solemn as he snorted coldly. He's already been possessed, Brother Yongheng? Tisk. Lin Mu's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, we had an extremely good personal relationship with your cauldron when it was alive. The treasures that were used to suppress Senior are all on these people. It has nothing to do with the 2 of us. The faces of Yunxiao and the other 3 turned extremely strange, as they all sighed in admiration of Lin Mu's shamelessness. Lu Yongheng finally opened his eyes slowly. There was a goo-goo sound of bones in his throat. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but he had not spoken for too long and did not know how to pronounce it. Noisy, noisy. Song. Flies fly 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 fly. He raised his right hand and pointed at the forest as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Why you're a fly. Lin Mu looked at his calm eyes and was pointed at by the other party's black finger. He felt a burst of goosebumps in his heart and shifted his body slightly to avoid being exposed to that extremely uncomfortable aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the hall, followed by Lin Mu's miserable screams. Lu Yongheng rushed up at an extremely fast speed and grabbed Lin Mu's neck with his right hand. A troublesome sound of bones breaking was heard, which was like the sound of beans being fried. So fast! Everyone was shocked and felt a chill in their hearts. He had just been slightly careless and a Wu Zong had been killed by him. Geng Qiu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away in a hurry. He jumped to Luo Qingyun's side, his eyes full of fear and his face as pale as paper. Lu Yongheng threw away Lin Mu's corpse and began to twist his head clumsily. From time to time, he would slap his head with force and mumble to himself, What? You can't remember? Who was it? Who am I? Where is this place? His eyes were filled with deep confusion. But what was terrifying was that with every slap, his head would burst out with a bang. After a few slaps, his head had basically collapsed and his brain matter was flowing out. However, he still had a confused look on his face. Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their feet involuntarily moved back. Although the aura he exuded was only at the level of a martial king, he had just easily killed a martial arts grandmaster. No one dared to provoke him. Lu Yongheng turned around and his gaze swept across the crowd. He said in a hoarse voice, This body is not good. Yunxiao. He pointed at Yunxiao and said, Your body is very good. Then, he pointed at Luo Qingyun and said, Your body is also good. Luo Qingyun couldn't help but take a step back. His face was also livid as he said, Everyone, what should we do? Let's kill him together before he gets used to this body. If it could be killed, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Why would the master of the Shumi Divine Palace arrange such an exaggerated method to suppress it? I suggest that everyone take out all your treasures and suppress him again. A look of struggle flashed across Su Qing's face, and he finally said, Good! As long as you're willing, why would I be reluctant? However, the suppression formation has already been destroyed, so how do we do it? Although I don't understand this array, Yunxiao said, I know a few sets of extremely powerful arrays. As long as we work together, we should be able to seal it again. All right, everyone felt that this matter was unusual. If they did not work together, it was very likely that they would all die here today, so all of them wore extremely solemn expressions. Yunxiao's forehead flickered, and the purple cauldron flew out again, spinning in the air. All kinds of spiritual arts flew out from his hands like snowflakes and imprinted themselves on the purple cauldron. Every time he cast a spiritual art, it would emit a light. Everyone's expression became aghast. The other people still had to use their true qi to suppress the 9th tier profound armaments that they had just accepted. Otherwise, they would have already broken out of their bodies and flown away. If they wanted to completely refine it and use it for themselves with their cultivation, it was impossible without several years, or even several decades. But Xianxia had just taken it and used it? This Xianxia, everyone's eyes popped out in shock. In fact, Xianxia was also barely able to use it. He had only been constantly sensing the weapon essence of the purple cauldron and helping it gradually activate itself. Otherwise, with his cultivation base of a martial king, it was impossible for him to use it. Roar! Lu Yongheng looked at the purple cauldron in the air and suddenly trembled. He roared and seemed to have gone crazy. The pair of light blue eyes gradually became as deep as the sea, and his right hand was shrouded in black qi. It trembled non-stop, and he kept howling, "Cauldron of mountain and river! Cauldron of mountain and river!" It was only then that Xianxia learned the name of the purple cauldron. Mountains and rivers. Everyone, suppress him. I'm going to set up the formation. Xianxia gave a loud cry as his body flickered with a golden light. All kinds of dark runes emerged one after another, forming a series of arrays that shuttled back and forth in the air. Every single character contained the laws of heaven and earth and was filled with great power. These characters and symbols connected together in the air, forming formations of various sizes. They quickly expanded, and the entire inner hall began to become bright and resplendent. The rest of the people were stunned for a moment, but they didn't dare to be careless and attacked one after another. Although Lu Yongheng's movements looked clumsy, the scene of him easily killing Lin Mu had not dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Only the heavens knew how powerful he was. Blood God flag unfurl. Chao Yaxing opened his hands and raised the terrifying battle flag. A sea of blood spread out, forming a sharp contrast with the golden light of Yunxiao's array, and then it fell toward Lu Yongheng. The sea of blood was filled with resentment and turned into all kinds of terrifying faces that bit at Lu Yongheng. Bang! 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 The terrifying blood-red faces rushed forward one by one, but before they could touch Lu Yongheng, they exploded and turned into blood beads. Lu Yongheng was still standing there with an excited expression, staring at the cauldron of mountain and river above Xianxia. Chao Yaxing's expression changed drastically, and the rest of the people were also shocked. Everyone had witnessed the power of the blood god's flag, but it couldn't even penetrate the man's body. Could he really be a godly state expert? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "Everyone, don't panic. His cultivation level is not high at the moment, only at the martial king realm. Let's suppress him together. My formation is already complete. 9 heavens Dozhuan devil subduing formation seal." Xianxia gave a loud cry, and golden light flickered all over his body as the connected arrays were activated in succession. The golden light was passed down one by one, and the light was dazzling. His hands didn't stop at all, and all kinds of hand seals flew out. The entire formation began to shrink and press toward the center, with great momentum of subduing demons. It was only then that Lu Yongheng seemed to have noticed something. His blue pupils dilated slightly, and the devil energy in his right hand surged. He squatted slightly, then his body shot out and grabbed at Xianxia. It seemed that his skills and thoughts were gradually recovering in the constant fighting. Swish! Suddenly, Luo Qingyun appeared in front of Xianxia and stared coldly at Lu Yongheng. A true dragon's shadow appeared and flickered around him. Then he formed a seal with both hands and slammed it down. Get down! True dragon Dharmakaya. For Extreme's dragon, a dragon's roar that seemed to have come from ancient times reverberated in the hall. Lu Yongheng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He hurriedly stopped his body in the air and threw a punch with his right hand. The black demonic qi exploded into a tornado, and suddenly everything turned dark. The black qi and the green qi of True Dragon collided. Boom! The two forces spread out and seemed to be evenly matched. They devoured each other and soon disappeared. Luo Qingyun felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Even with his powerful physical body, he was still heavily injured after unleashing his most powerful attack. Half of Lu Yongheng's body had been blown off. One side of his chest was completely missing and all his internal organs were exposed. However, he did not look like he was in pain at all. He just frowned and seemed to be very distressed. He kept shaking his head and muttered to himself, "This body is not good. Really not good." Swish! This scene was too shocking. Chen Wudi sucked in a breath of cold air and threw out a copper coin with a shout. It enlarged rapidly in the air and pressed down on Lu Yongheng. Gold coins fall to the ground. Invincible divine fist. He waved his hands, and many fist shadows formed in the sky. The fist power was impressive in all directions, and together with the huge copper yuan, it squeezed the space. Burning blood grand magic, Een soul strike. Chao Yaxing's eyes turned crimson red as his body began to burn. His aura began to rise, and a dark energy began to spiral around his palm, constantly cutting through the surrounding air and leaving his hand. Heavenly King Treasure Record. 7 Wonder Mysterious Jade Ruler. Go! Su Qing shouted. A jade ruler rose into the air, emitting a threatening cold air. It grew bigger and bigger in the air and struck out. The power of the joint attack of the 3 martial grandmasters was no weaker than that of a martial emperor. The entire inner hall began to shake unsteadily under the impact of these forces. Lu Yongheng's body had already collapsed under Luo Qingyun's attack. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been completely dead. Only some flesh, bones, and bones were left hanging there. At this moment, the attacks of the 3 experts also broke through the air, completely wanting to kill him. Roar! He suddenly let out a loud roar. His mouth rapidly expanded and directly tore his face apart. A huge sound wave spread out and reverberated in the inner hall. It was shocking. Devil-shaking chi. Lu Yongheng shouted these 3 words in an extremely hoarse voice. The devil chi on his right hand began to spread all over his body, and black runes gushed out one by one. With him as the center, a black storm formed and spread rapidly with a strange roar. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacks landed one after another and exploded around the black chi. All kinds of forces were mixed together and stirred in the air. At this moment, most of the demonic chi was scattered. Lu Yongheng's body was completely shattered, leaving only half of his head. What made people shudder was that pair of blue eyes, which were still shining. "You guys can't kill me." The mouth of the half-head was still moving, as if it was not affected. 9 Heavens Dozhuan Devil Subduing Formation. Seal it. At Yunxiao's loud cry, the surrounding arrays finally moved quickly toward the center. The power of the arrays connected with each other, endless, and rushed toward Lu Yongheng like a wave. Ah! Lu Yongheng's last head was completely crushed. A frightened roar came out of the black gas. Seal, no! However, the golden light bloomed and quickly poured into the black chi. It wrapped up layer by layer, as if it was going to form a golden cocoon. Gradually, no black light could be seen. Luo Qingyun looked at this scene from a distance and said, "This person doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. Perhaps countless years of suppression has made him lose his strength." Yunxiao frowned as well, feeling that it was a little too easy. The golden light arrays flew into the center one by one. After a while, a huge golden cocoon appeared in front of everyone, emitting a sense of surging power. Everyone looked at Yunxiao in horror. Such a terrifying array had been completed in such a short time, and they all felt that he was even more terrifying than Lu Yongheng. Is it really suppressed? Holding the cauldron of mountain and river in one hand, Yunxiao stood in the inner hall, frowning and hesitating. He had originally planned to use the cauldron of mountain and river, the earth's breathing earth, and 5 other 9th-tier mystic artifacts to suppress the devil. However, the truth was much easier than he had expected, which made him a little reluctant to smash the cauldron. I can see that this person's words are muffled and his thoughts are unclear. He should have been slowly corroded in the long seal. Even if we don't let him out today, he'll continue to be sealed and eventually disappear from the world. Su Qing said slowly. Chen Wudi glanced at him, and the killing intent in his body surged out again, locking onto Su Qing. He said coldly, "Hand over the mirror." Su Qing frowned and snorted lightly. Brother Qian, your money chamber of commerce is extremely rich. Can't you just give me a mirror? Besides, Luo Qingyun and Chao Yaxing have each gotten one, and Yunxiao has 4. Why don't you go to them instead of me? If you didn't interfere, I would have taken that mirror long ago, Chen Wudi said angrily. If you don't hand it over, I'll hunt you down no matter where you are. Humph. They're clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Su Qing took a few steps back to avoid a conflict with him. Although she wasn't afraid of him, she couldn't keep pestering him like this. The look in Chao Yaxing's eyes was gloomy and uncertain. He had planned to force Yunxiao to spit out a few treasures, but he had seen the latter attack several times just now, and all of them were extremely powerful. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to gain any advantage. You two stop quarreling. Quickly look. Luo Qingyun suddenly roared and stared at the golden cocoon in the center. The golden light was getting dimmer and dimmer, and a layer of black gas was surging inside, gradually corroding it. Yunxiao was taken aback. He suddenly remembered the scene of the phoenix fighting with the black monster when he was residing in the consciousness of the phoenix in Phoenix Mountain. The black gas seemed to be extremely corrosive, and it could even corrode pure energy bodies. Cauldron of mountain and river. Suppress. Without any hesitation, he threw the purple cauldron in his hand down. Rays of purple light spread out from the cauldron, and all kinds of tadpole-like characters flashed on it. Then it fell down with a rumble. Boom! The huge cauldron pressed down on the golden light cocoon and jolted into the ground. Little stone. Yunxiao waved his hand and shouted, "Spit out the earth-growing soil." After the stone beast swallowed the breathing earth, it had been in low spirits and could not even show its human form. It had become a pile of stones and was scattered on the side. Upon hearing Yunxiao's order, he forced himself to condense and gradually tried to return to his human form. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the cauldron of mountain and river was shaken open. A ball of black qi appeared once again and churned within the inner hall. This time, it was no longer in the form of a hand but gradually transformed into a human figure that slowly stood in the air. Finally, I've regained my full consciousness. The man raised his head. His face was so handsome that it was almost demonic. He gave off the feeling that he was only 15 or 16 years old. Although the aura on his body was still at the level of a martial king, it sent a chill down one's spine. He looked around, and his movements and eyes were not as clumsy and vague as before. Instead, he gave off a feeling of shrewdness. His light blue eyes finally fell on Yunxiao, and he kept looking at him. Hee, this body of yours is really not bad. To have such a strong body at the level of 5-element realm, he will be my cauldron. A terrifying smile appeared on the man's cold and devilish face, which made people's hearts go numb. Yunxiao's face was unusually serious as he said, "Who are you?" He had come into contact with this black demonic qi many times, but this was the first time he had spoken to someone who had this kind of power. The man laughed. "Hee, you don't need to know about my cauldron. I really have to thank you all. What era is it now? How long have I been suppressed here? Humph. You're just pretending. No matter how powerful you were in the past, you're only a martial king now after all these years." Chao Yaxing snorted. "The few of us can suppress you at any time." The man did not seem to hear Chao Yaxing's words. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before he muttered to himself, "Strange. Why can't I feel the other parts? Damn it." His face was filled with anger, and he seemed to be very angry. "I don't care anymore. I'll use this cauldron for now and think about other things." He put away his thoughts and looked at Yunxiao with eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, as if he was trying to see through him. Swish! Despite Yunxiao's powerful soul power, he still felt a little scared under the gaze of the man. "Look at your sister. Cauldron? I'll fuck your lungs." With a loud cry, Yunxiao unsheathed the Ziying Qingxua sword in his hand and sent a sword beam down from the sky. The phantom of a demonic dragon emerged from it, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, ready to cut down all demons and ghosts. Sword art, slay demons. Lu Yongheng was stunned. His eyes were full of admiration and he said, "Not bad. Not bad at all." He was a martial king, yet he had the combat power of a peak martial ancestor. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong cauldron. He leaped up lightly and dodged the demon-slaying sword with lightning speed. The demon-slaying sword directly hit the inner hall, and the whole ground cracked. A large amount of gravel rolled and splashed. He had the 9th-tier mystic artifact, the purple shadow-green rope sword, the sword spirit, and the demonic dragon. Even a martial emperor might not dare to take this move head-on. After that person dodged the sword, he was also shocked by the sword's momentum, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. What a strong comprehension of sword intent. It seems that I have underestimated you. The power of this sword is probably on the level of the 7 constellations realm. You look like you're only 15 years old. You're a monster, the man praised. And the surging power coming from your body is extremely powerful. If you continue to cultivate, I'm afraid that you'll be able to catch up to me in the future. As a reward for cultivating this cauldron, I will tell you the name. You can call me Dijia. It's a great honor for you to know my name, he said, seemingly very satisfied. You can die without regrets. With a sneer on his face, Xianxia stood with his sword in hand and said, "You want to possess me? Do you really think you're a master of the 10 directions divine realm? What you want is his body," Xianxia suddenly said. "It has nothing to do with us." "Dijia, I'll take my leave now," he said tentatively. It would be best if he could leave now. In his opinion, both Xianxia and the strange Dijia were extremely tricky enemies. If the two of them were to end up in a lose-lose situation, that would be the result he was most happy to see. Chen Wudi and Su Qing, as well as Luo Qingyun and Geng Qiu, who had been hiding at the side, all had the same thought and were staring at Dijia. Dijia narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Even if you all beg for me to possess you, you all don't have the qualifications." "Humph! Arrogant," Chen Wudi said coldly. "Then you guys have fun. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. I'm leaving." He strode towards the door. "Hold on." Dijia's voice slowly sounded. "I've just escaped, but I'm not completely free. Although your strength is a bit weak, this lord is in urgent need of people right now, so I'll let you have the honor of becoming this lord's subordinates for the time being." Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't quite understand the first part of his sentence, they understood the second part. Their faces all sank. "Savage. Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you're from an unknown background. Since I can't suppress you, I'll just wipe you off the face of the earth." Xianxia was furious. Burning blood grand magic, Een soul strike. The blood god flag was raised again. Xianxia poured all his genuine qi into it and waved it down with a loud shout. A blood river flowed from the sky, as if it came from the realm of the 9 serenities. There was a lot of hostility and filth coming from it. The blood light twisted into all kinds of ferocious faces, roaring and trying to swallow Dijia. "Hee. You want to erase me with this level of strength?" A sneer appeared on Dijia's face. He raised his right hand, and a faint black demonic qi rose from his palm, gradually condensing into a vital qi slash. It spun rapidly in the air, cutting the surrounding air violently and making an ear-piercing sound. Demonic essence slash. The black qi was instantly slashed out, and the surging blood sea was cut open like a roll of red cloth. The blood world was immediately divided into 2 halves. The resentment and filth seemed to be extremely afraid of this black demonic qi and retreated in fear. The demonic qi's momentum did not decrease, and under Dijia's control, it cut towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. His blood sea was already the dirtiest thing in the world, and he did not expect it to be corroded by the demonic qi. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He put away the blood flag in his hand and turned his sword into a palm. A blood shadow flew out. Bang! The 2 forces collided in the air, and red and black colors instantly spread out. However, the red blood qi became less and less, slowly being devoured and corroded by the black gas. Such strong corrosiveness can even corrode pure power. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes revealed a touch of solemnness. Although Dijia was only a martial king, his real combat power was unfathomable. He was no less powerful than anyone in the inner hall. Even Yunxiao, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest, showed an unprecedented look of fear. Dijia turned his head and swept his eyes over everyone. He showed a cold smile and bared his teeth. Apart from my cauldron, there are a total of 4 people. We can use them to refine the 4 symbols puppets. Although their strength is a bit weak, they'll make do with it. Savage. A mere martial king. I don't believe that you can defy the heavens. Luo Qingyun let out a deep roar, and a sharp sound of breaking the air came from his hand. The battle spear that he had collected earlier appeared. He used his hand to cut the tip of the spear, and blood immediately flowed out. The blood dripped down the body of the spear, emitting a dazzling blood-red color and an ancient charm. As the spear was soaked in the blood, it began to vibrate at a higher frequency. A sharp cry came from the spear, as if it was struggling to resist. Oh, this is Ing Luo. Dijia's eyes lit up, and his killing intent rose. It's actually the desolate god's moon spear. It should be one of the profound level weapons used to suppress me, right? Humph, you're just a Wuzong. Yet you're delusional enough to think that you can conquer a 9th-tier profound armament. No. This blood mist actually contains the intent of the 10 Directions divine realm. He revealed a shocked expression, and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes, but he quickly calmed down, as if he had seen through something. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "So it's a thin bloodline. I thought it was an ancient true dragon. TSK. It was a false alarm. Humph. Do I need an ancient true dragon to deal with you? If you have the guts, don't dodge and eat my spear." Luo Qingyun held on tightly to the desolate god's moon spear. At this moment, the dragon bloodline had almost soaked the entire spear. He had used the ancient true dragon's power to suppress the spear spirit and finally obtained it. Flowing lotus, gun battle the world, powerful weapon rhythm reverberated. The entire inner hall was filled with the overbearing power of the rank 9 divine spear. Even the space trembled. Everyone's faces changed drastically. After Yunxiao had taken the cauldron of mountain and river and could use it at will, Luo Qingyun had suppressed the spear spirit in such a short time and used it. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a strange look. Luo Qingyun's suppression method was even more powerful than his cauldron of mountain and river. He was merely coordinating with the slight weapon rhythm that the cauldron of mountain and river gave off, allowing it to be completed naturally. Luo Qingyun, on the other hand, completely suppressed the spear spirit and activated the weapon rhythm on the spear. The might of a 9th-tier profound armament was unparalleled. The shadows of the spear fell from the sky, each of which seemed real. Dijia had no way to avoid it. After a flash of shock, he regained his composure and grinned. Another amazing existence. He's actually a descendant of the true dragon. It seems that I'll have to put in some effort to subdue you. I didn't expect the heavenly martial continent to have so many talents in recent years. Dijia's face suddenly became serious. His right hand formed a seal in front of him, and a large amount of black demonic chi suddenly surged from his body. He didn't know where it gathered, but more and more, intertwining and rolling around. Soon, it gathered into a huge black demonic shadow, which appeared behind him. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of anger. With a furious expression, he roared, "How could this be? It only has this little bit of power left. What's going on?" Dijia looked at the spear shadows that filled the sky, raised his right hand, and pointed down. The huge black demonic shadow behind him followed his movements and pointed a finger in the air. "Fuck, not good!" Yunxiao suddenly cried out, almost roaring, "Luo Qingyun, be careful!" Dijia's finger actually gave him a sense of powerlessness. It was as if the entire space was going to be shattered under that finger. This was not a power that a martial king could possess. Where did he get this power from? Or had he hidden it from the very beginning? Yunxiao did not have time to think about it. He slashed out the Ziying Qingsua sword again, and the demonic dragon also unleashed all its power. The sword shone with a fierce light that suppressed the spear shadow. Sword art, slay demons. This was the strongest power of his sword. The demonic dragon had completely released the power of a 9th-tier profound armament. The entire inner hall trembled violently. It was unknown what material it was made of. If it was an ordinary palace, it would have collapsed long ago. Boom, boom, boom. The power of Dijia's finger collided with the sword chi and the spear light, directly penetrating the power of the two 9th-tier mystic artifacts. The black demonic chi rushed into the spear light and the sword light, constantly devouring and corroding all kinds of forces. Bang! Bang! Both Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun felt a huge force coming at them, and they were sent flying backward, slamming into the wall of the inner hall and creating a huge pit. Luo Qingyun's spear fell out of his hand, and the desolate god Bright Moon spear was stuck into the ground with a clang. It buzzed and trembled. With a light finger, he had defeated 2 experts. Chao Yaxing and the others were also shocked. Just now, Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun's joint move had intimidated them with just the 9th-tier artifact aura, let alone the next move. However, such a domineering move could not block that finger. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their bodies turning cold from shock. It's actually weakened to such an extent. Dijia seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. His face was full of anger as he scolded, "Damn it! Damn it!" He seemed to be very dissatisfied with his finger. Yunxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he mustered his true energy and jumped off the wall. His eyes were filled with horror as he said, "Everyone, let's work together. Otherwise, we'll all die here. I don't know what kind of power he's using, but it can't last long. When his demonic chi weakens, it'll be time to kill him." Dijia raised his head and looked at him, squinting his eyes and praising, "Not bad. Not bad at all. His physical body's toughness has even exceeded my expectations. This black specter could be said to be my power, but it could also be said to be not. You're right. I can't hold on for too long in my current state, but it's enough to deal with you guys." "Is that so?" With a fierce look on his face, Yunxiao said sarcastically, "You can't kill us in one move, and the power you can extract from us will get weaker and weaker. As long as we can withstand the first few moves, you won't be able to retreat. You know the mystery of my demonic art?" Dijia frowned. This kind of cultivation technique that relies on unorthodox methods to improve one's strength? Yunxiao sneered and snorted. "It's the same in the world." Dijia smiled. "It seems that you don't know the magic of my demonic skill. I'd like to see how you can take a few of my moves." He gently raised his right hand and grabbed behind him. The black demonic figure also stretched out its hand, and a huge black demonic claw appeared in the air. Like fishing the moon from the sea, it grabbed towards Chao Yaxing and the others. With a flash of black light, it had already descended. The few of them were startled. The black demonic claw had covered almost half of the inner hall, and there was no place to escape. Burning blood grand magic. Chao Yaxing's face was pale. He immediately took out the blood god flag. The blood river had just formed when it was smashed into pieces by the huge claw. The flag was also severely damaged and exploded in the air. Swish! The remaining people were even more shocked that the blood god palace's treasure was so easily destroyed. The gold coins fell to the ground. 7 Wonder Mysterious Jade Ruler. A Vici Divine Palm. Chen Wudi and the other two's faces turned pale. They hurriedly took out their treasures, and 3 rays of light streaked across the sky with astonishing power. The black giant claw swiped down and actually caught the 3 profound level weapons in its hands. After the 5 claws closed, the 3 profound level weapons inside actually exploded with a bang bang bang. The 3 of them were all 7th-tier profound armaments, but they were actually destroyed so easily. For a moment, everyone felt cold from head to toe. He was at a loss as he watched the black claw land on him. Gung Qiu was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a cry and begged for mercy. Divine Realm Tablet. Suppress. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. A golden light circulated around Yunxiao's body, and the golden tadpole-like characters of the Great Realm Divine technique flew out of his body. At the same time, The energy in his dantian began to circulate, and the divine realm tablet broke out of his body in an instant, turning into a small mountain and pressing down on the black demonic shadow. Spiritual energy? Dijia's face changed greatly. For the first time since he had escaped, he showed a shocked look and said in horror, Luo, how do you have the spiritual power? Boom! The divine realm tablet fell with a loud bang. Dijia was horrified. He hurriedly took back his big hand and punched the divine realm tablet with his right hand. Boom! When the two forces collided, a pressure of spiritual energy was produced. Two distinct colors of power appeared, one gold and one black. They were in a stalemate. However, the black gas gradually gained the upper hand, and it pushed the divine realm tablet away. Yunxiao's face flickered. He only had a little bit of spiritual energy left in his body, and it had been used up with one move. It would take a long time to recover, so it was impossible for him to last long. And the black demonic chi seemed to be endless. You're only a martial king, but you actually have spiritual energy in your body. I must obtain this cauldron. Dijia gritted his teeth. It was obvious that it was very difficult for him to deal with the divine realm tablet, which was supported by the power of spirit. Everyone, hold on for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. I have a secret technique that can suppress this demon, he said. But I need half an incense's time to prepare, Su Qing said with a pale face. Half an incense stick? Good. Chen Wudi gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he did not know what other means Su Qing had, at least he had a chance of survival. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that only Yunxiao could fight with this man, and the others were no match for him at all. He carefully took out a jade box, placed it on the ground, and opened it. There was a jade talisman lying flat on the ground. Golden light flickered on it, as if it had endless spiritual energy. An ancient spiritual talisman. Chao Yaxing's eyelids twitched as he asked in surprise, what a high-level energy fluctuation. What level is this ancient spiritual talisman? Qian Wudi's face was filled with reluctance, but he gritted his teeth and said, an 8th grade ancient spiritual talisman. Once I activate it, I can unleash an attack at the martial honored realm. Woof! Level 8. Chao Yaxing was shocked. Only the rune sect knew how to make ancient spiritual talismans. Existences that had reached the 8th rank were definitely priceless treasures. Only the 7 Chamber of Commerces, which were extremely wealthy, could have such a collection. Damn it! I don't believe that this demon can block one of my ancient spiritual talismans. Qian Wudi gently pointed his finger down, and the ancient spirit talisman immediately emitted a powerful light. It appeared in all kinds of colors and gradually condensed above the jade box, forming the faint image of a palm. At this moment, Su Qing's face had also turned pale. He formed a strange object with his hands and raised it to the sky. He closed his eyes and muttered something. Yunxiao was drenched in cold sweat at the moment. After his spiritual power was exhausted, he quickly poured his primordial qi into the divine realm tablet, trying to continue to resist the black devil energy, but he found it to be in vain. The other party's punch broke the divine realm tablet with irresistible force and smashed down hard. Boom! Without any suspense, a black fist directly hit his body, and his whole body made a bang. The upper half of his body was directly embedded in the wall of the inner hall. A person was hanging on the wall, his body hanging down. Bang! The divine realm tablet was also blown away by the force of the punch, smashing directly beside Yunxiao and stabbing into the wall. He didn't know what the inner hall was made of, but it was so strong. Swish! Everyone was dumbfounded. In their hearts, Yunxiao, who had endless trump cards and seemed to be unkillable, had been killed with one punch? Although many people hoped that he would die, when the moment came, they still found it difficult to accept. What was even more difficult for them to accept was that Dijia was so powerful. Now that Yunxiao was dead, who would be next? Luo Qingyun, who had been embedded in the wall, was covered in blood. Suddenly he coughed violently. He ran the genuine qi in his body, grabbed the wall with both arms, and slammed it hard. His whole body bounced out, stepping on the void, step by step toward Dijia. Bastard! You actually killed the person who once defeated me. Who do you want me to find to take revenge for this humiliation? Luo Qingyun's eyes gradually turned red, and the aura on his body rose steadily. He kept turning into a demon, and his whole person became detestable. Rub! He made a grabbing motion with his bare hands, and the origami bright moon spear that was stuck in the ground let out a shrill sound. It returned to his hand with full spirituality, as if it was agitated. Dijia frowned and asked in surprise, "What's going on? This spear seems to have recognized you as its master." He said coldly, "I don't care anymore. Since the human cauldron I want is dead, then you shall be my human cauldron. Although the true dragon bloodline is extremely thin, it's still passable. It's still possible to use it for a while." "I'll use your sister," Luo Qingyun roared. A dragon's roar seemed to come from ancient times. The shadow of a real dragon gradually appeared behind him. The origami bright moon spear in his hand burst with a powerful weapon rhythm. It seemed to have fused with his entire body. All of his power was poured into this spear. Flowing lotus, gun battle the world. This time, there was no spear shadow, nor any fancy light. It was just a quiet spear, pushed forward, and went straight for Dijia's throat. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The spear was so slow, but it gave people a feeling of destruction. Dijia's eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. He raised his right hand, pointed out a finger and sighed. "It's no use. You're also an unparalleled genius, but it's a pity that you haven't grown up yet." How many years had it been? In the realm of heaven martial arts, I once again saw the endless fighting spirit and generations of strong warriors. Bang! The Black Spectre's finger touched the desolate god's moon spear's tip, and Luo Qingyun's spear was no longer able to move forward. I'm angry!" Luo Qingyun roared and charged forward with all his might. He shouted, "I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Who the fuck do you think you are? Go to hell. Chi of true dragon, explode." A loud explosion came from the spear. Powerful dragon chi gushed into the tip of the spear and emitted a terrifying aura. It actually pushed back the black demonic chi in the surroundings. Dijia's expression finally changed slightly. He gently retreated his hand and retracted his finger, still standing in the air. The tip of Luo Qingyun's spear finally burst out with a brilliant light, and the chi of true dragon was blown away by him. Boom! The might of the dragon chi actually pushed the black demonic chi away and surged towards the black demonic figure. However, it was still not strong enough. After charging for a few meters, it suddenly dissipated. At this moment, Luo Qingyun seemed to have used up all of his energy. His whole body was dim and he almost couldn't stand still in the air. Dijia sighed and flicked his finger, sending him flying into the wall of the inner hall. He said, "You're my human cauldron. You can't die again. My black demonic chi can corrode all things in the world," he said with a slight sigh. "There aren't many powers in the world that can resist it. That person's spirit energy is one type, and your true dragon chi is another type. Unfortunately, both of your powers are impure or too weak. Go to hell, devil." Chen Wudi let out a loud roar, and the ancient spiritual talisman was finally fully activated. It turned into a palm shadow in the air, appearing to be purplish-black in color, and pressed down with an overwhelming force. Even the handprint on the purple palm shadow was clearly visible. The pressure spread out, and it was the domain of a martial honor. A palm strike from a martial supreme of the 8 Desolates? Dijia's expression changed. He suddenly opened his right hand and also slapped out. He shouted, "You've really opened my eyes today. You juniors can't possibly be nameless on the continent, right? Each one is stronger than the last." The huge black demonic shadow in the air also struck out with its palm at the same time, slapping toward the huge purple-black palm. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, and for the first time, the black demonic shadow showed signs of being no match for them. It was forced to retreat. However, the giant purple palm seemed to be constantly devoured by the other party's demonic chi and was rapidly corroding. Dijia's expression was stern. He made a gesture with his hands and shouted, "Magic light flash!" The huge black demonic shadow also performed a hand seal, and a black shadow burst out from the palm. The black gas actually flashed with a dazzling aurora and swallowed the purple palm shadow. What? What? Qian Wudi's jaw dropped, and his mouth was wide open. A martial honors attack had actually been swallowed up without a sound. Chao Yaxing's face was also drained of all color, while Geng Qiu's body went limp, and he almost fainted. Dijia suddenly grunted softly, and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with his hand and snorted, "I'm actually injured? How was that possible? I'm unrivaled in the world." "You were actually injured by a few juniors." He seemed to be unable to accept it and was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and stared at Qian Wudi coldly. "You can injure this lord. Even if you turn into ashes, you should be proud." "Humph. Hurt you? I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came. Su Qing's eyes flickered as he shouted, "God's prayer, descend!" A demonic light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his entire body relaxed, and his head drooped down as if he was dead. However, he still stood there upright, motionless. All of a sudden, a strange power slowly spread out from Su Qing's body. It continued to rise across the entire land. In an instant, it reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm and continued to rise. The aura was getting more and more terrifying and oppressive. "This is a Pishio," Chao Yaxing exclaimed in shock. "It doesn't seem to be Su Qing's aura." Su Qing suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flickered with light, looking a little turbid. A sharp light burst out of his eyes as he stared at Dijia and shouted, "I'm Daozi Lu from Tide Listening Pavilion. Who are you? You actually dare to stir up trouble here?" Dijia frowned and said, "It's actually God prayer? Your physical body is too weak, so you can't send too many divine senses. What's the use of that?" Qian Wudi was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back from Su Qing. He was shocked. He obviously knew about this technique. It was a powerful secret technique. By planting a spiritual seed in the body of an expert, even if they were thousands of miles away, they could pray through this seed that the other party's spiritual will would descend. This kind of spell was very taxing on the mind and soul, and it also greatly damaged the caster's body, so very few people would use it. Although Chao Yaxing had never heard of the art of praying to God, he knew of Lu Daozi's name. He was a famous martial emperor in the eastern region and the sect leader of Tide Listening Pavilion. He was so shocked that his mouth could fit a watermelon. Lu Daozi snorted and stared at Dijia. "You're just a martial king and you're using some unorthodox ways to improve your strength. Although this old man only has a thought, it's enough to easily kill you." "Oh, then why not try?" Dijia snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. "The descending technique? You're a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. What? The martial emperor has descended." Qian Wudi was taken aback and took a few steps back in horror. What surprised them even more was that the man who spoke was Yun Xiao, who was thought to be dead. "You're not dead." Dijia was also shocked and looked at him in horror, as if he did not understand. "I almost died." Yun Xiao chuckled and said, "Fortunately, my life was hanging by a thread and I came back to life. However, it's your turn to be in trouble now. The other party is a martial emperor's divine will." Embedded in the stone wall, Luo Qingyun, who was on the verge of death, spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Your sister!" Everyone was fighting for their lives. "But you didn't die and you were pretending to be dead." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "Didn't I almost die? Look at my body. I'm completely out of strength. If I didn't sense the arrival of the martial sovereign's divine sense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have dared to come out." His words immediately made everyone faint. He meant that if Su Qing had not used the martial emperor's descent, he would have to play dead until the end. "Good. It's good that you're not dead," Dijia said coldly. "I'm getting more and more interested in your body." "Humph, brat." Lu Daozi sneered arrogantly. "You're very arrogant. You know that I'm a revered martial sovereign, but you still act as if nothing has happened. You talk too much. Dijia said coldly. You're just a wisp of divine sense from the nine heavens realm. When can you be so presumptuous in front of me? He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the black demonic figure also raised its hand. It flickered with a black light and grabbed at Su Qing. Lu Daozi's face revealed a mocking expression as he reached out his palm and lightly patted. A ball of green light shot directly into the demonic claw and exploded. The light flickered and a loud rumbling sound was heard. He had easily broken Dijia's move. Everyone was overjoyed, showing ecstasy and shock. At the same time, they also felt the might of a martial emperor. Just a wisp of spiritual will was able to fight against the demon that everyone was helpless against. Dijia frowned and seemed to hesitate. Lu Daozi glanced at him indifferently and sneered. You're just a junior. I'm a martial sovereign of the nine heavens. Even a wisp of my divine sense is not something you can resist. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender and let me plant a seal in your body. Then you'll come to Tide Listening Pavilion with Su Qing to confess your guilt. It seems that I have to use that move, Dijia said. I'm afraid that after this move all of you will be dead. My human cauldrons and subordinates will be gone too. You're really arrogant. Lu Daozi's heart was filled with anger. The aura on his body rose to an extremely high level, causing Su Qing's corporeal body to begin to swell. It seemed to have reached a certain limit before it stopped. There's no other way. I don't know how many years it has been, but I've become too weak. If I didn't use that move, it's really possible that I'd be suppressed by you guys again. The blue light in Dijia's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the look on his face became extremely serious. No one knew where the tacit understanding came from, but it gradually gathered into the black demonic shadow, making it clearer and clearer. The demonic chi has strengthened again. Startled, Yunxiao took a few steps back and cried out, Lord Lu Daozi, I'll leave this demon to you. Lu Daozi gave him a disdainful look and looked at the black demonic figure with a serious expression. How many years have passed? Now even a martial supreme's thoughts can bully me. Dijia's eyes were very calm and he said lightly, even if I really can't defeat you in my current state, you can't kill me. As the demonic chi around him continued to surge out, the huge black demonic shadow kept rolling behind him. It grew bigger and bigger, more and more real, and gradually transformed into a scene with 3 heads and 6 arms. This is a Kasaya. Lu Daozi gasped. Even his martial emperor divine sense felt a sense of fear. Although it was not that powerful, he felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the demonic creature's state. Dijia gently raised his hand and said, It's very difficult for me to fully display this move in my current state, but if you can take it, you'll win. Not good. Green light imperial fist. Lu Daozi's eyes darkened, and his aura suddenly burst out. The light of his fist flickered, and he punched out. It was as if a golden sun had bloomed from his hand, instantly piercing through thousands of demonic chi. The entire land was shining with golden light. Although it was only a wisp of the martial emperor's divine thought, it contained the supreme 9 heavens intent realm. The power of the fist was like the river flowing down and the stars shifting. Chao Yaxing and Xian Wudi's mouths were wide open in horror, and their eyes were filled with joy. Dijia's eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. He made a gesture with his hands and said, Dark dance! The 3-headed and 6-armed black demonic figure behind him suddenly began to turn. Each of its arms seemed to be holding a magical artifact. Black rays of light shot out, and demonic flames filled the sky. The green fist light was quickly forced away by the demonic chi, and it was constantly corroded and devoured, its speed getting faster and faster. Daozi Lu's expression changed. He rose into the air and actually flew toward the black demonic chi. He stretched out his arms like an ape, and countless yellow true chi gushed out to block the black demonic chi. Dijia's expression was still indifferent. He changed the seal in his hand, and the huge black demonic shadow in the air shot out a thick black light. It broke through the air and hit the yellow genuine chi. Daozi Lu's mind trembled and he let out a sharp cry. He threw out several white jade pendants from his body. The jade pendants flashed continuously and rushed into the black light pillar before exploding one after another. He managed to block the black gas with great difficulty. However, at this moment Su Qing's body gradually began to crack. A large amount of blood vessels exploded and blood gushed out. Not good. My disciple's physical body can't take it anymore. Lu Daozi was shocked. Dijia's hand seals changed again, and the three-headed and six-armed black demonic shadow grew a little bigger. A hammer-shaped weapon in his hand swung down. At this moment, the entire inner hall trembled and kept making loud sounds as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They all had a deep understanding of how sturdy the inner hall structure was. This devil's weapon was only a shadow, but it already had such power that the entire hall was gradually collapsing. "Judge!" Dijia chanted, and the black hammer shadow fell as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. The inner hall was dark. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hall was instantly covered in black chi. All kinds of ear-piercing sounds burst out, and there was even a scream. "Yu Qing Jin!" Lu Daozi's angry roar came from the black gas, and a green light burst out of the entire hall, as if it wanted to break through the black demonic gas. After struggling a few times, it disappeared again. The entire inner hall was covered in black. After an unknown amount of time, the black demonic chi gradually dispersed, and the tall black demonic shadow also disappeared. Dijia stood alone in the inner hall, his face extremely pale. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His shoulders were constantly shuddering, as if they were trembling abnormally. "Is this the limit?" He raised his head and looked ahead. He said unwillingly, "They actually managed to escape. I've already weakened to this extent." How many years had it been sealed for? How many years has it been since the heavenly Tao calendar of the heavenly martial continent appeared? A large hole had appeared in front of the inner hall. It turned out that Daozi Lu's last desperate strike was to break the inner hall and escape. He, Qian Wudi, and Chao Yaxing rushed out at the first moment and disappeared without a trace. The only thing left in the inner hall was a pitch-black corpse lying on the ground. It was Geng Qiu's. His legs had gone limp from the fear of the black demonic chi. The demonic chi had entered his body directly, and he could not be more dead. Yun Xiao, who was behind Dijia, and Luo Qingyun, who was embedded in the wall, had also disappeared. "Forget it. Let's leave this place first." Dijia dragged his seriously injured body, turned into a black light, and rushed out of the inner hall. No one knew where he was. After a long time, a round copper ring suddenly appeared in the inner hall, emitting a soft light. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the copper rings. It was Yun Xiao, holding Luo Qingyun in one hand and the stone beast in the other. He looked around and spread out his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked out and threw the two men on the ground. Luo Qingyun groaned from the fall. He opened his eyes and said angrily, "This heavenly spirit ring was refined by me. How did you use it to open the void and escape?" Yun Xiao turned a deaf ear to him and just stared blankly in the direction where Dijia had left. "He finally escaped. This is going to be troublesome." Luo Qingyun seemed to be seriously injured. He struggled to get up from the ground and snorted. In the end, he seemed to be extremely weak. If you had come out directly at that time, you would have been able to suppress him. "No." Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "We can't resist that black devil aura at all, unless it's your true dragon aura and my spirit power. Otherwise, even a wisp of Lu Daozi's martial emperor's divine sense would be useless. Even if I had come out just now, I would at most have injured him a little more, and I might have even lost my life." Luo Qingyun was stunned for a moment and said, "Who cares? There are as many powerful warriors in the realm of heavenly martial arts as there are hairs on an ox. When we get out, someone will take care of him. It's not our place to worry." Yun Xiao, however, was not so optimistic. He sighed and said, "I hope so." He pointed with his finger, and the heavenly spirit ring in the air instantly turned into a tiny yellow copper ring, which he put into his pocket. He said, "This ring is not bad, give it to me." You already have the origami bright moon spear anyway. After he finished speaking, he tapped his feet and turned into a ray of light, leaving. Luo Qingyun flew into a rage and struggled to get up. He thrust his long spear forward and roared, "Bastard! I'm going to kill you!" But Yun Xiao had long disappeared outside the hall, and no one could see him. The celestial spirit ring was the most precious treasure he had refined. Now that it was stolen, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He steadied his mind and his eyes flashed with hatred. He put away his spear and rushed out of the inner hall, breaking through the water. The entire inner hall became empty, and the walls were all destroyed. Not long after, they collapsed with a loud bang. There was even a huge crack on the ground, and the broken walls all fell down. At the same time that the inner hall was completely destroyed, the defense of the entire Shumi Palace seemed to have been opened. A large amount of seawater poured down and flooded in, instantly crushing the entire palace. The crack in the inner hall grew bigger and bigger, constantly swallowing the surrounding seawater, forming a huge whirlpool, and began to spread on the bottom of the sea. At this moment, there were still a large number of dismembered corpses floating on the surface of the sea. They were all killed by the demonic dragon in a few moves when it escaped. A figure was happily fishing from these broken corpses. His entire body had long been dyed blood red, but his face was full of excitement. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this person only had one arm. This man was Li Yi, who had been sent by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce to find the Soaring Heaven King Palace. When he was in Yanwu, he was the first one to sneak into Mount Meru after Shui Luoyan had knocked Yun Xiao away with one move. Otherwise, if Yun Xiao saw him, it was unknown whether he would be allowed to enter. By the time he found the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they were all dead. However, to his surprise, the storage rings on these corpses were still there. In his excitement, he picked up the rings and obtained nearly 100. These people who died were all elite disciples from their respective sects, and the value of each of their rings was incalculable. Haha, we're really rich this time. Li Yi's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said hatefully, "With this large amount of resources, I will be able to break through to a higher realm very quickly. Li Yunxiao, just you wait. I'm going to tear you into pieces." What is this? He suddenly saw a corner of a corpse's clothes flashing with golden light. It was actually a token. The few simple strokes on it gave the appearance of the Grim Reaper. Although the strokes were monotonous, it gave people a sense of fear that struck their souls. The token of death. Li Yi was so shocked that he almost dropped it. After his hands trembled for a while, he was suddenly overjoyed. His excited face was flushed as he said, "The token of death. Haha, it's actually a death token." Voila, the surrounding sea water suddenly began to surge, slowly rotating at an increasing speed. The broken limbs and body parts on the surface of the sea also began to float. What's going on? Li Yi was shocked. A giant whirlpool gradually appeared at the bottom of the sea. The shock and magnificence of the whirlpool were so great that he could not see the end. He was stunned and his body turned cold. Boom! The spirit chi vortex rushed up in an instant and sucked the pale-faced Li Yi into it. He struggled a few times in the vortex, but it was all in vain. Without even a scream, he was directly sucked into the center. After the vortex swallowed the entire sea of spiritual energy, it showed no signs of stopping. It continued to expand and devour everything at an increasingly faster speed. In the city of Yanwu, a group of powerful cultivators gathered in the void and worked together to suppress the Grand Moon Mirror. Without Yunxiao's control of the array, the spirit of the mirror alone was no match for the group of martial emperors, and it was soon suppressed. The two formation masters, Lu Kuan and Zhang Gao, were constantly casting all kinds of magic arts on the mirror, but their faces were getting uglier and uglier. How is it, masters? A few days had passed, but there seemed to be no effect. The group of people were getting impatient. Tu Lei couldn't help asking. Lu Kuan wiped his cold sweat. His eyes were a little dazed as he said, "We've tried all kinds of methods to break the restrictions on the lunar treasured border, but we can't. Although it's been forcibly suppressed now, If Yunxiao comes, it's very likely that he will break through your suppression again and unleash the 9 palace dustless array. Such a long time, wouldn't it be a waste of time? When Huang Xiaolong heard that, he could not help but burst into anger. Even in the face of the 2 array masters, he still charged forward and said, "The 2 of you have studied formations for so many years, yet you can't even compare to a 15-year-old youth." Both Lu Kuan and Zhang Gao lowered their heads in shame. If someone had offended them like this during normal times, it would definitely be a matter of falling out on the spot. But now that the truth was right in front of their eyes, the 2 of them felt too ashamed to face anyone. Fang De also felt that it was absurd and said in a deep voice, "Then, is there any other way? Otherwise, when they come out of Mount Meru, they will be subject to Li Yunxiao's control, and we will lose all our dignity. There's only one way left, and that's to break the 9 palace Wuchen formation by force and shatter the lunar mirror," Lu Kuan said solemnly. Fang De nodded and said, "That's good too. Now that the mirror has been suppressed by us, everyone can use 100% of their strength and join forces to completely shatter it, so as to avoid any more trouble." Everyone agreed unanimously. If they joined hands, the combined attack of more than 10 martial royal realm experts would be powerful enough to destroy the world. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the air. Finally, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the grand moon mirror let out a sorrowful cry. A ray of light shot into the sky and was completely annihilated by the strong light, turning into dust. "I finally broke it. When that kid comes out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson," the purple-robed martial emperor from the War Wolf Temple said with a fierce look. Fang De also looked embarrassed, thinking that Yunxiao was in trouble this time. He raised his head and looked at the entrance of Mount Meru. He suddenly frowned and said, "What's going on? Why do I feel like there's something going on at the entrance? It's as if there's some sort of fluctuation coming from there. It can't be. Mount Meru and the realm of heavenly martial arts are in 2 different spaces. How can there be fluctuations coming out? Otherwise, how big of a shock would it be? It must be because the aftershock from our joint attack just now hasn't dissipated yet," Tu Lei said slowly. "It should be so." Everyone agreed. Fang De felt that something was wrong. He stared at the entrance of Mount Meru for a while, and the feeling became stronger and stronger. "Something's wrong. I also think there's a problem in Mount Meru," Huang Xiaolong suddenly said. He seemed to have sensed the fluctuation of energy as well, and he became a little nervous. He said in disbelief, "What's going on? Such a huge fluctuation. What happened in Mount Meru?" Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions came from the void, as if the entire Mount Meru was shaking. Now, they all knew that there was a problem, and they were all shocked. The sound in the air was like a huge hammer hitting the ground, and the entire sky started to shake. Boom! Just as this group of martial artists were at a loss, a huge hole appeared in the sky. A massive amount of spiritual energy poured down, and a silver light, like divine water coming out of a jade bottle, dazzled under the sun. What? Everyone turned pale with fright as they looked at this incomprehensible and unimaginable situation. Boom! 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 Huge cracks and holes of various sizes kept appearing in the sky, as if a bag of spiritual energy was leaking out. The sky above Yanwu was shrouded in a haze of spiritual energy. The sky has actually collapsed. Fang De's eyes were dazed as he looked at the cracks and holes that filled the sky. They were getting bigger and bigger, and the sky was almost covered by spiritual energy. Quickly look! Someone fell out. Everyone looked over and saw figures falling from the holes, all of them with terrified expressions.